Through the wasteland he did roam, carrying out swift justice. To him I sing this ode. Along with a great spirit, he struck down every foe. Safety in the wasteland, to him we do owe. Red and black, red and black. The bird from Lusa wore a hat of red and black. Toxic skies, he scoped each shot to fall. Each and every lawless raider feared his mighty call. Red and black, red and black. The bird from Lusa wore a hat of red and black. With his gun raised high to the sky, raiders and slavers would be sure to fly. To this life they would have to say goodbye. From his mighty justice cry. Red and black, red and black. The bird from Lusa wore a hat of red and black. Was just a lone griffin, you see. One with a hollow hole where one of his eyes should be. But why try to preserve justice in a world full of ugly sin? If asked, Alguazil would say to you,
because I'm a regulator, someone has to bring the law in.
Red and black, red and black. The bird from Lusa wore a hat of red and black. He carried a mighty gun, so we all could see the sun. The bird from Lusa wore a hat of red and black. Red and black. His legacy had just begun. Make his beautiful red and black.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
How are you?
Hello.
Is anyone there?
I mean, I suppose we're
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I can't stay for long. I got about 5 minutes. I just wanted to pop in and say, hey, how you doing?
here. Hi, I'm doing okay.
I'm learning how to calculate drip rates and learning how to jam people with more needles. There's a lot of needles in what I do. And scalpels.
Yes, there's quite a lot of needles in what you do. Some would call it a fetish.
I wouldn't call it a fetish. I would call it a lifestyle choice, and I would like you not to demean it. Thank you.
Oh, I see. You're that kind of paramedic.
Yeah, no, you definitely to clean the area before you insert the vein, you definitely want to lick the vein from stem to stern, right? Am I wrong on that? Am I wrong? I think that might be wrong. But if it is, I don't want it to be right.
You know what? Okay, I'll relent on that one.
How are
I'm
you
just
doing?
not even, I'm just not even gonna argue with that.
You could try to argue with it, but then I would bring up you're British, and then I would move on.
You know, that's kind
Fair
of a
point.
concrete argument. I can't really go against that argument. Moon's gonna kill me.
Why is Moon
Why?
going to kill you?
Well, I'm advertising that we're live on all the the various Discord servers. And I might be pinging him on every one of them by accident in the process, because the bot's already going and I can't stop it.
Oopsidy doopsidy. I'm sure he will be just fine. About how long, give or take, do I have to stay in here before I just have to leave?
Well, I mean, we have half an hour till the stream starts, so, you know, we're just hanging out doing pre-stream stuff with people.
Oh, what stream is today exactly? Is it your
Ponies in the Wasteland.
Oh, that, okay. I thought that was still on hiatus.
That hasn't been on hiatus. Well, the only reason that was on hiatus is because we had someone die.
Who died?
Von Holtz.
Well, the COVID got him?
His brother went to church and gave it to the entire family just as vaccinations were becoming available.
Oh.
He died from COVID-related complication of a brain aneurysm and turned him into a vegetable, which his cousin informed us of about a week after it happened. And when the doctors said there was no hope of any recovery, they decided to let him die peacefully.
I see.
I miss my best fucking friend.
I do apologize for your loss, V. I'm not gonna make a joke about that. I'm a better person than that. I'm sure you thought I was going to, but I'm not.
No, I figured you wouldn't actually make a joke about that. I think just slightly better of you. Not a lot, but slightly.
Well, I do make it a habit to dab on the dead. If the dead is respectable, I don't dab. And Von Holtz was, although not my friend, a very nice individual from what I gleaned.
Yes, he was also very level-headed and kept me level-headed, which is a feat of grace.
I was gonna say tantamount to an educated suicide, but hey, details.
Yeah, while you were in basic, we held a funeral for him as just a long strain. Took
Oh.
7 hours before everyone was done.
Oh. Well, that's nice. If I die, could you please not hold anything for me? Thank you.
I might still be tempted to.
Please do not make money off of my death, or I will come and haunt you on the toilet
We
and
didn't
make
make
pooping
any
very
money. I
awkward.
disabled the links on that day.
Oh, okay.
And anything that did come into just bits or subs, we donated to charity. I didn't make any money off his death. That's a horrible misconception. I'm sorry you have that.
Oh, no. I didn't say make money off of his death. I said make money off of my death, as in the betting pool. The running joke.
The Deadpool. Yes. Well, I have my wager.
What is my death and what's your wager of my death?
Decided to be a hero and it didn't work out.
Ooh, that's a good one. You're betting against my shitbag nature on that one. I like that. That's a long horse in this race.
I anticipate to lose, but should I win?
The odds on that one are stacked. If I go out like that, you are set for life.
Should I win, I will be able to lord that over everyone's head that you are a better person than you appeared.
I don't believe that, but hey, you do you. I mean, when you turn that $25 investment into several million, you played the odds and won. Played the odds and won.
Anyway, not joking about your death aside, I hope that you're okay.
Emotionally or physically, because both are broken.
Check 1, 2, 3. Just
We can hear you.
Yep, we can hear you.
Just with mic swapping shenanigans, making sure I was being heard.
Okay. As I'm sitting here in a bedroom that's 31 degrees Celsius. At 20 to 2 in the morning.
I took a final breath to finish
So, Generation 5 looks like a piece of shit.
My tears
I'm
slowly
withholding judgment until the movie releases in September. I am neither
Uh,
hopeful nor disappointed yet.
I am,
I
well, you know what they
feel
say. When it goes CGI, it goes down the drain.
I just want to know what the fuck is going on with the tennis ball.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
I just want to know, like, who locked the development team in the bathroom with, like, some ketamine, a little bit of coke, and they washed it all down with the Jack and Coke, and then they came out with that abomination. Like, did they just do a line off of the stacks of money that they made off of Generation 4, and then decide to burn it all? Mm. Excuse me. Oh, I might be getting sent away to die in another country. So that's fun.
Do you
Some of
know
my
where?
some of my friends some of my friends got shipped out to some fucking border country of Russia. So that's probably where my company's getting shipped out to. After I get out of AIT, that is. So if I get to go die in Russia, I'm at least gonna fucking box a bear before I do. You only get one chance to box a Russian bear, and I need to take that. I'm sorry.
You only get one chance to box a Russian bear.
You only get one chance to do you, okay, how many chances have you gotten to box a Russian bear, Fee?
Twice.
Whew. Live an adventurous life. You
I
minx.
went to Russia for 3.5 months.
Why on God's green earth would anyone willingly go to Russia?
Foreign exchange student study.
Especially you.
Foreign exchange student study.
Ah, I'm sure that worked out very well for you.
I mean, I did have the incident on the Trans-Siberian Railroad.
Why would you go on the Trans-Siberian Railroad? It's run by mobsters.
Oh, we all went as a collective group of students.
Oh.
But the mobsters did intend to shake the train down. So when they came to my car, they came to my room first, and I woke up while as they started to reach for people's stuff, and I stood up out of bed, and I said, "Kaku whoop," and which means, "What are you doing?" And they went, "Do you?" And then they went back at me with, "Do you know who I am?" And I looked at them and went, "Do you know who I am?" There's this pause. They looked at each other, and they shook their head. And I pointed to the end of the car and went, "Next car, now!" And they went to the next car and didn't argue. And to this day, I'm convinced that if the coin had tossed the other way, they would have just shot me.
No, I'm fairly certain they would have shot you and fucked the hole. Just saying.
So, you know. Yeah,
Well, it's been
there
fun
was there.
chit-chatting, but me and my roommate gotta go.
Okay, have fun. Don't die. By the way, Pony Lamoni, thank you for the bits, and you are now bit leader for the week. Then again, that's not very hard when I've only done 2 streams. And you guys can't farm bits anymore.
Sad face.
Yay!
Holy shit, never mind. Sketchy's bit leader. Sketchy said, "This is mine." I did have this thing earlier this week called Massive Medical Bill. Turns out eardrops are really unfairly expensive.
Okay. Also, Faye, when you and Snips were playing your game, it looked like the camera cut out.
No, it just, there was a hiccup in the connection because Snip stepped between the phone and the door.
All right.
So, I have good news.
And what is the good news?
Activision Blizzard has had the State Department of California file a massive lawsuit against them that might involve jail time.
Nice. Well,
Forget this one. Gender and racial discrimination.
well, I know there's been basically a mass exodus from World of Warcraft, and people are just flooding to Final Fantasy 14.
Let's see here. Activision Blizzard Inc. fosters a frat boy culture in which female employees are subjected to sexual harassment, unequal pay, and retaliation, according to a lawsuit filed by the California State Department of Fair Employment and Housing.
Oh, that's the...
This isn't the employees. This is the state.
Yeah. No.
The agency seeks an injunction forcing compliance with workplace protections, as well as damages from unpaid wages from up to 20 years ago, meaning they have to go through their taxes for the last 20 years. Pay adjustments to current salaries, back pay, lost wages, benefits including paid time off, and reversal of promotions.
Oh, that's gonna run into billions.
Oh, and Activision Blizzard must pay the state's attorney fees.
No, this is the kind of lawsuit that may end up ruining the company.
Honestly, with what Blizzard's become under Activision, I kind of hope it does. And I'm kind of like, I get that Destiny isn't all that great for me personally, but I'm kind of glad that Bungie figured out a way out of their contract. But I really, really hope that Activision Blizzard ends up going under because of this, and we all get to watch what's his name's smug face.
Bobby Kotick?
Yeah, we all get to watch Bobby Kotick end up broke and destitute and unhireable.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
Activision Blizzard has been brought to court by the Alabama State Department for discrimination on gender and racial lines, and has been accused of fostering and running a frat boy-like environment with unequal wages, unequal promotions, events referred to as cubicle crawls, which involve alcohol and male employees engaging in inappropriate behavior towards female employees by going directly to their cubicles, as well as showing up the next day hungover and drunk.
I mean, it's bad for the public image, but it's not bad for PR because it means that Activision Blizzard's still out there as a name.
Yes, but the State Department is seeking back pay since the merger. as well as reversal of promotions. And Bobby Kotick's job is on the line for a reversal of promotion by court
Oh
order.
no, whatever shall we do? Get rid of the devil incarnate?
I know, right?
Please?
Yeah. Well, I have absolute. Okay. The only thing I know of that Blizzard has that I might even be remotely interested in is their remake of Diablo 2. But I have absolutely zero faith that it's going to be any less of a trek than the remake of Warcraft. We will see. We will see.
Apparently, this is the conclusion of an undercover investigation by both female and male agents of the California State Department over the last 2 years. They're going to be presenting video evidence.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh
Good. It means
boy!
that they can't just weasel out of it and say that it's just hearsay.
This is gonna be a circus.
Hmm.
In other news, I am booth number 42 at Everfree. I'm the only corner booth in the entire vendor hall. As all the other booths are either a part of they only have 48 vendors, which is to illustrate this, HarmonyCon, which is the smallest vendor hall I've been in, has 52 vendors. But yeah, we have a corner booth. Whereas everyone else is either against the wall next to us or on an island. So I'm like,
Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son.
awesome. Yeah, 2 more years until 3 years of Twitch, at which time I will feel significantly old because it means I will have known Heroin Bob for a decade. I want you to think about that statement. And to go ambush Bob and be like, "Happy decade anniversary, friendo!" Also, in other news, I've been swimming for the last week and a half, and my next day to go with Whisper to swim is Friday. I'm up to 12 laps in the Olympic-sized pool from the gym we picked.
Nice.
Nice.
The idea is to be doing 4 times a week, each time increasing the number of laps by 1. That's made my day. I am waiting for MT to give his look over of the book proof before I hit the approve button. I'm pretty sure they finally got the cover right. It only took a week. Okay. So how is Arvana doing? I know how Adagio's doing already. Well, no, seriously, he greeted me this morning after I got back from the gym, and we sat down and just talked for a while.
Well, you know what I've been up to the last couple of days.
Yes, yes, I do. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want to keep it a secret?
Uh, I have started working on my own text talks, battle text style videos about the mercenaries within the inner sphere, of which Fiora is being kind enough to put the final version together for me and post it.
Secretly doing that right now. Because I can.
Mm.
I'm just lining it up so that later when I go through and listen to it, I know where to edit, and if I need to tell you, hey, do a retake of this part, please.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't make sure there's actual sound on all of these, right? I'm not gonna open them and get the surprise that your microphone was muted the whole time.
No, you will not, because I know I was watching OBS and saw the mic thing lighting as I was doing.
Okay. Were you redlining?
No.
Okay, so those two problems I don't have to deal with. Ah, I see you. Okay. So just as a note for the future, the way
Mm-hmm.
this is normally done is audio is recorded and then video is recorded separately and you put them together. This is so that you don't have to manage the PowerPoint type presentation at the same time as you're trying to record. It's kind of like I record gameplay footage for reviews separately from the audio of the review, and then go in and edit in the parts of gameplay footage I need for that particular review. But I'm imagining that you anticipated to do this in one go with no editing, or didn't
Correct.
realize that Windows doesn't have editing software besides Movie Maker, and Movie Maker's editing software will just randomly explode on you.
You are correct that I expected to basically do it in one take. So
Yeah, that's the other thing. Anytime you feel like you have to take a breath or you have to scroll to look at another line, or you feel like you have to pause to go get something, or there's an interruption in the room or whatever, that's kind of just a pause, go back, read the and start from where the interruption took place or the breath happened, so that you're. It sounds like you're speaking in what feels like naturally one continuous breath.
when you just finished a section of complicated legalese. But yeah, it's going to be a learning experience. I'm hoping to keep the videos in at about that 10-minute mark, which will probably mean having to cover two of those. I might, for some videos, I might cover two smaller mercenary units, at least smaller in terms of lore. But
I'd have fun with it. I'd just open the mercenary manual and start flipping through mercenary units and start going over them as best you can with as little information as you have. And then I would just make up shit at a certain point based on that information. And so at a certain point, the video would say, and everything after this is both apocryphal and probably something I made up. Let's have fun.
yeah. But no, it's also the sort of thing where I want to feel like I've done right by what Tex has already established as far as a process for this, which means I am going to need to do some dual or some due diligence, especially when it's like, and I'll also have to let myself run off on the occasional.
Tangent. Just look. 80% of the time, no one will complain about your tangents. I could say 100% of the time. I've never had anyone complain about me going off on a tangent. Not
Well,
once.
I know at least with at least one of the options, I'm probably going to need to go off on a tangent of on at least one of the military academies.
Oh. Other than the Northwood Highlanders lacking sufficient information, which of those?
Well, when you I can't say because I don't know which I don't want to give anything away because you know I'm letting the viewers decide what mercenary unit I'm actually going to cover next. But what the hell? I'll say it. A Starwind's Whippets is you really need to cover a Starwind, and a Starwind was a had attended the Nagelring military academy in Steiner Space. He was booted out, but still, it's a connection that, hey, this is an opportunity to talk about Nagelring, you know.
But yes, I've got all your videos online. I just need to go through, listen to the audio, and do edits for the um, uh, blank areas that I asked for editing.
Yep. Yeah, I just
It's okay. I understand.
no. Like I said, I don't have zero idea what kind of response it will get, but eh.
Eh.
yeah, then the other two options, stalwart support is one of the few mercenary units that is comprised entirely of infantry.
I mean, somebody has to have need infantry, and usually for bodyguard or keeping the civilians quiet.
And that's the whole thing. Is basically their thing is okay. Well, there's somebody that's going to need additional security, but not be able to afford, to hire a mech company, and so stalwart support. And then the 21st Centauri Lancers is probably one of the only A-star elite company or elite units that I'll probably cover, because most of the other A-star are going to be the likes of the Wolf's Dragoons and the Kellhands and the Northwind Highlanders, which have, multiple novels focused on. So that's a little more of a, for my attention span, that's going to be a little more than I want to get into and afford, because, like I said, to do diligence, so now I'm tracking down 20-year-old Battletech novels to read. Yeah. Well, some of them just needing to track down a 20-year-old source book or two, if I don't already have it in PDF.
Yeah. 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 I need to get in touch with that guy.
Well, it's 10 after. Do we want to transition to the other server?
Moon here yet?
No,
He's not.
but this is usually part of the moon summon ritual.
That's true. It has become part of the moon summoning ritual. I do need to do one thing. For those who don't know, actually that would be virtually nobody. We have been steadfastly, secretly creating a kind of little I hate people who do stupid shit with their copyright thing. So Games Workshop has officially outlawed it for anyone to make fan animations of any of their properties, stating that they will issue cease and desist and takedowns. And a couple people who didn't take the deal have come forward and said, yes, we were told, either work with us or not. It doesn't matter. You're losing all your content.
That's against the law, though.
They were going to issue cease and desist and copyright takedowns for every single animation video. Whether you worked with them or not, you had to take it down.
Yeah.
So we have gloriously collected all of the animations that got taken down. And our friend who runs the Pony Archive, Zizzy, has gotten a server together from spare parts that is going to be storing this information, and I have guided them through the process of acquiring a public library status, which means you can't tell us to stop hosting it. The original creator has to. And if you threaten the original creator to tell us to stop hosting it, that's $1 million fine per incident. That's how public libraries work. So after Everfree Northwest, we're going to be doing fundraising for the maintenance and maintaining of this through myself and through a bunch of other Warhammer 40k creators. And every Warhammer 40k creator that I've approached that volunteers into this will also have their content preserved on the archive. Just in case Games Workshop gets extra stupid. So yeah, that's wonderful news and information I received today. And just like that, I start making news announcements and the Viking potato shows up. All right, let's get our happy butts over there. You guys are free to hang out every week at the pre-stream thing, by the way, which is why we have Fraser and James in here. Everyone is allowed to come in here. And further, you guys are allowed to stay in this room as long as you want. You can stay here and keep having conversations. I'm not going to stop you. But in the meantime...
I think the thing is... Sorry for interrupting, but I think the thing that was fair is we haven't really done a pre-stream in the main server in a couple months. I namely remember it since you added the overlays. That's probably why not as many people came in. I mean, hey, we're back in here again. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Corvus, to answer your question for it. Yes, Fraser.
Don't die.
I'll try not to. Oh yes, Corvus, to answer your question. No, we are actually have a license to be a public library on the internet. And as a cyberspace library, so long as we make it free, they can't pursue us legally at all. We can just host the content. If it was content that was donated from an independent creator or content that was taken down or removed from the internet, it's the same as an internet archive such as Disney's Internet Archive, where Hasbro can't actually tell them to take it down. You know, you just have to hope that our server doesn't explode. Hello.
I've got fucking thing, man.
Okay, look, I apologize. I put the code into the bot, and the bot started working, and I realized what I'd done. But the bot does go to all the servers using my account information, puts it all in, and once I press the go button, I can't stop it. I realized it was already in progress and even mentioned it at the start of the stream that Moon's probably going to beat me.
I'm just like, wait, why am I getting all of these pings? Why is my normally ping-filled Discord filled with even more motherfucking pings?
I just want to point out that it came back and informed me that there are 16 servers that it couldn't find you on. You're welcome!
Fuck it, I'm taking a bio break early. I need something.
Alright, we'll go through Liz Zombie in the intro and stuff, okay? So, Twitty, before we ping you mercilessly, although I think you'd be into that.
Wait a minute now. No. I just woken up and gotten in here, found Mythical alone in here. You guys are in the other channel. I'm like, oh shit, did I miss the intro?
No, we haven't got that far. You're fine.
Okay.
If we get that far and you're not here, I will literally call your phone for the first time ever and be like, Lenzabi, are you dead? Do I need to send the Navy SEALs in? I don't think you'd miss this for the world. Explain yourself.
Well, I may or may not have passed out because of either A, my diabetes overloading, or B, I'm on antibiotics for cellulitis in my left thigh.
That's entirely fair.
Yeah.
But yes, we are here. We are
Mm-hmm.
ready, as far as I know. So,
Okay.
with that much said, I got a nice little roaring fire going. Go ahead, Bug.
Nice. Okie dokie. Well, folks, we're back after a few technical difficulties here and there. What I remember is last time on a crazy show here, the group was finally going to get their asses to find a way to get themselves in. Unfortunately, the zebras aren't going to be going in because there's all these anti-zebra wards inside the vault or stable. Vault, stable, whatever. They serve the same purposes together. Mystic, on the meantime, found out that his blade, which he's been kind of hiding info on, it turns out that blade is, well, it may be made out of obsidian, but the reason why it's a dangerous weapon is, well, apparently it's got some sort of magic in it. And apparently Valor was pretty knowledgeable about it and made mention of it, and apparently it was Valor who got the blade all the time. Now, the question is going to be, what kind of truths or untruths will the party that goes into the stable uncover? Inquiring minds want to know. I guess now we can roll the intro music.
Before we do,
yes!
I am required to mention, I did have to go to the doctor this week. I ended up with a severe case of what is referred to as immunoswimmer's ear, which is where I had some wax buildup from wearing headphones constantly, because that's my job. And the moment that I jumped in the pool the first time, the chlorine caused my immune system to react to everything that chlorine got onto in my inner ear.
Ouch.
These drops that are supposed to fix it so I don't have eardrum damage, in addition to the doctor's visit Sunday night, are $200.
Oofed.
No insurance?
Moon, I can't. Don't ever. Some advice, Moon. If your heart stops, just stay dead.
Oh, dang.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of the resuscitation.
No, it's not the expense of the resuscitation. Having resuscitation in your medical record quintuples your
Warning!
medical
Stream
insurance.
tip overload. All hands, prepare for exploded broken
So,
Fiora
like-
in 5,
Not really.
4,
but that makes
No,
sense.
3,
dead serious.
2,
Like I can get a quote.
1.
I can get a quote
Detonation
as a
imminent.
healthy.
That's fair. No, it's not, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
So a quote as a healthy 34-year-old female identified individual comes back as about $220 for like really good insurance. That same insurance comes back as $5,500 per month the moment they find out I've been resuscitated.
Eh. Well, that doesn't seem fair.
How did
And
that come up?
I can't get Obamacare because of it either.
Wait, how did that come up?
It went from $220 to $5,500 when they checked my medical records. And
Wait,
the
when
moment,
did you get the fuck? When did you get resuscitated?
when I was 16 and my dad beat the living crap out of me.
Oh, okay. I was gonna be like, when? This is new. Okay, this isn't new. This is just new to me.
Really old.
Gotcha.
New, apparently news to you, but really old. But yeah,
Well, wait. How do they count that when you were
for start? I live under a literal fucking rock.
Look, when you were living and that was 16 and that happened, that was under your parents' freaking insurance.
because your medical records are attached to your social security number, not your insurance company. All they have to, and since you have to give them like date and place of birth, they use that to run against hospital records from your immediate area where you were born, and you also have to inform them of all the places you've lived, which they then run against hospital records and clinic records against all the places you've lived to find your full medical history so that they can figure out what people don't want to tell them.
Well,
Because-
that
Well-
explains how they changed their minds with fighting against me when Social Security said, well, we're going to give you money now because you got into the hospital and you spent a week looking at a possible blood clot in your arm.
Yes, Urbana.
Yeah, because Obamacare just means they cannot deny, not necessarily make it affordable.
Yeah, they can't deny me. So, yeah, I had to pay for the doctor visit out of pocket. They had to irrigate my ears out. They had to give me a temporary neutralization of my immune system. And to counteract that, they gave me amoxicillin so I wouldn't get sick. And then they gave me the eardrops to repair the damage to my ear.
Ow.
Yeah. Amoxicillin, by the way, is like $10.
Lovely. So now you and Sunrise have the same level of innate radiation resistance.
Yes! I don't know if that's
Wow.
good or bad. Anyway, so I just want to let everybody know that I'm fine. Some of you saw the picture of me in the hospital with me having a mask on and sitting on the bed waiting for them to come in. I'm fine. No hearing damage, no hearing loss. If anything, I can hear better than I have in like a month right now because they've completely cleaned out my ears.
Nice.
And
That sounds so pleasant.
and no other problems. I have been given the choice of either having to come in probably once every 3 to 6 months, not wearing headphones anymore, or not swimming anymore. That's the only solutions.
So when are you going back?
Looking somewhere between October and December.
I was going to say, it's either that or you opted for the no swimming anymore. But
Obviously, I haven't opted for the no swimming anymore because Adagio can attest that I went swimming this morning.
I don't fucking know
Indeed, I
your
can.
life schedule.
Yes, I'm going swimming every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday mornings. In an Olympic pool.
I'm fucking jealous. I haven't been swimming in over a year.
My roommate has graciously paid for the first month of the gym, and then I pay for the second month, and then we split it down the middle starting in September. But yeah, we're going to the gym as workout buddies, which means that if one of us gets up, then both of us get up because neither of us is letting us miss a day.
I want to go swimming. God damn it.
Well, it could be worse. You could be having your legs wrapped up with Unis boots and therefore no swimming.
Anyway, intro time.
Yes, boots.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts. The ashes of war through the blood and the gore of man once more than this world that is torn. A fruit that cannot be stopped or forgot will rise and overcome all odds. And with every day we play as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words we remind.
Alright, so thank you all for your patience. Last week, Moon had actually made a map for us. I'm assuming it's a hand-drawn map because he never asked me to help him, even though I have hundreds of resources for that. And therefore, you know... Why are these... I am in GM mode. Okay. Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me, but sure. Let's go with that. And let's refresh and player mode. I forgot to increase the size. My token this week is from DropCon. Actually, made a piece of artwork for all of our avatars. I am apparently the explosion wizard this week. In the meantime, I'm going to jump over and turn it over to Moon. Thank you guys for all the help. It's actually truly appreciated. And that's about everything. Meryl. All right, introduce yourselves. Well, that answered that question. Well, I guess I'll call on people like this is a classroom.
Bullshit, you will.
Well,
also, I am Adagio. I play Nyota. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, I'm Avarna, and I play Medicinal Haze.
Hey, I'm That Pony, and I play Mythic Blade.
Hey, I'm Hiddy, and I play Chifundo.
Hi, I'm MT, and I play Arcane Gears.
Hi, I'm Fiora. I play Wandering Sunrise, and I am your streamer. And the number next to my camera window just so happens to be the number of dead sentient creatures that we've achieved so far in this campaign.
Hi, I'm Moonhoof. I may not be directly responsible for the death of all of those creatures.
Technically, as of 314 creatures, we achieved 0.0001 on the Hitler scale.
Hang on, but what's our kill-death ratio of player characters
Yikes.
and actual dead characters?
Oh, and by the way, I'm Lenzabi, and I am the voice of Twitty.
Like, actually dead PCs?
Yeah, dead PCs to dead creatures. What's our kill-death ratio?
8 to 1.
Yeah, it'd be...
Buddy and Iguazu.
100, yeah, it'd be 158
no,
to
it's
1.
3. No, it's 3, because technically Box died. I think.
Box did die.
Yeah. So it would be 105.3 repeating to 1.
And I have beer.
Yes, Hayes.
And I have beer.
You have...
Yay, beer.
Oh, beer. I thought you said beert. And I'm like, what the hell is beer?
I'd like to see if I could make that number 79.25.
What is the significance of that number to you, Moon?
That would be the kill-to-death ratio of 4 dead characters. Or increase the number of dead sentients. Either one.
I mean...
Blood for the blood god.
Listen. Yes.
I mean, how long have... Wait, did the dead pony counter disappear for a fair bit, and now it's back? Or has it just always been there, just always existing, never having any relevance?
It's just always existed.
Well, I know it's exists.
Even when it's not on the screen, it still exists.
Well, yeah, I know
MT,
that it still
MT.
exists. Yeah.
Down.
Okay.
Now say your words like a big boy.
I don't want to learn legalese.
There is pain in this man's voice.
Hey, on the bright side, I made like an 83.3 on the test for those modules. So I'm
nice.
doing pretty good. No, I kid you not. I've gotten the variance on the scores is about 3 points. I've gotten 2 86s and an 83.
Looks like you gotta learn how to be a lawyer.
I don't wanna. I think I've been rambling too much, so I'm gonna get back to work and let y'all handle whatever y'all gotta do.
Well, for starters, I need everyone to roll initiative for me, since we are splitting up the groups.
I can't, Moon. You've removed my character token from the map.
You removed you removed the stable cruise tokens off the map. I'll just hide mine in the corner of the map or something. Roll.
It's fine. You're back.
Oh come on! I rolled to that roll from a 10 to a 4. Oh.
I'm sorry, MT. We watched Snips' dice spin yesterday.
That's horrible.
Oh, hot dang. Apparently Chifundo and Nyota are both going. I'm going first.
You know what? I don't feel so bad. I'm not quite going last.
I mean, if anything, we just average each crew's initiative together.
At least Mythic has pineapple to hug.
There we go. Okay, now we got a little mini arcane on Arcane's shoulder.
Okay, look. We already have one Dr. Evil that rode a dick into space, literally. I don't need you making mini-me's.
See, Arcane, we could do that, or the lot of you could just fucking sort yourselves for me.
Oh yeah, I saw that rocket. It did look like a penis.
I mean,
It's a pity he actually got back.
Moon. I mean, not wrong, Moon, and also Fee. I'm just gonna sit here and smile and say all I need to do is stat a mini me out, and I should be good.
Don't forget to ask for 1 million zillion kajillion dollars.
No, it's $1 million.
Bits, get the right currency, either bits or caps.
No, that's the joke. I ask for a non-existent currency and they can't pay me because it doesn't exist.
1 million zillion NCR dollars.
Oh, come on. Even in the games, NCR money is fake.
I mean, is that the part where I need to go and get matrix casting, get great powerful, learn what's that spell called? Time jaunt, and use gate to jump to the future, rob the NCR blind, then go back in time?
How badly do you want to reenact the best special encounter from Fallout 2?
Crud, what special encounter was that? I've never played Fallout 2.
The one where you're able to go back in time and rig the water chip to fail.
Oh crap, I forgot about that one.
Be careful.
Which
Be
was
careful.
Look,
which, if I remember right, was also a Star Trek reference.
It was.
Well, be careful, or the TVA might come and prune you.
Hush you.
Look, fine. It's okay. We're not going to delve into potential backstory endings.
Anyway, so it seems that the lot of you who were out or who stayed behind after the away party went, it seems that your initiative is up first.
Let's have a look.
Well,
given the background RP is basically a Mythic's lap as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to skip.
I was about to say the same because the only thing I'd be doing is just looking after the door as Valor took off and waiting for Mythic to come to the table.
Mythic, your initiative's now is 17. Go first, goddammit. I'm not letting you two fuckers get off the hook like that. No.
Wait, I'm going first?
Fuck you. DM intervention.
Yes, you're going
Hell has frozen over. And at that, he is going to take his sword after Valor had given it to him and walked out. He is going to take his brand new, slightly used obsidian sword and walk into the main area with the two sitting at the table, walk over to the table and sit the sword down at the table along with himself. I would set him across from the two, except that it's apparently against the wall, and I seem to have forgotten it. That was against the wall.
So, are you holding the sword in magic or in your mouth?
It is magic.
Okay, that's fine. When you set it down on the table, even if you set it down lightly, you can still hear the creak and groan of the wood grains bending underneath the weight of this. Because, after all, obsidian is rather heavy. It is a stone.
Despite being mostly glass.
Well, it is still a stone. It's just glassy stone.
Does that not make it heavier?
Here's the thing: it is still literally stone. It's just that because of the way it's been heated, it's formed a glassy-like substance.
Well, I mean, glass is technically a liquid, so look, if we really want to get into special properties of materials, shit's gonna get weird.
Yes, because glass is fucking weird.
What is this obsidian again? It was just molten rock or something like that?
No, obsidian is an igneous rock occurring as a natural glass formed by rapid cooling of viscous lava from volcanoes.
Ah, okay. So I remember watching a video of somebody actually trying to make a legitimate obsidian knife, and it doesn't work out very well.
It does, is just by the time you're done, it looks more like an obsidian shank. Oh my god, why am I stuttering? Yeah, as well, it's not specifically lava, it's just the rapid cooling of any molten rock. It just happens that pyroclastic flow happens to just be hot conveniently.
Also, it's the methodology of the formation of the flow that allows obsidian to gain its unique properties of being properly layered, so knapping forms extremely sharp edges.
Yep. Actually, I wonder if I can find it. Hang on.
I feel like this sword would be a better weapon if we leave the obsidian on there at this point.
Yeah, it's not
even because the problem with obsidian is it's even more brittle than flint.
Just as with glass, as soon as you get one fracture in it, it shatters across the entire structure.
All right, so that's one solid blow in which a bunch of obsidian just shatters off into your opponent.
Try again. Shattering glass tends to go the opposite direction of the incoming force.
It's why the obsidian swords that the Mayans used were essentially wooden paddles with obsidian stuck into the edges.
Yes. When you hit an obsidian,
I think they're called.
When you impact an obsidian sword into another weapon, they tend to shatter back in the face of the user, as opposed to their opponent. It's like getting hit with an obsidian frag grenade.
That said, the obsidian paddle swords, they are, because of the rigidity of the wood, even if the obsidian fractures, it tends to stay in place, and it just makes it more fucking lethal. They're basically a non-powered flush chainsaw.
Yet, folks, magical weapons have a special ability not to shatter up on you that easy.
Yeah, thank God we live in a universe full of magic where we can just magically reinforce this obsidian sword, and I feel like we could use this better on just normal steel, but obsidian sword, guys!
I mean, there's a whole lot of that.
Fuck SAO for making obsidian swords popular.
I'm sorry,
no
what?
Worse than... Wait,
no, it's not
that?
obsidian, it's dragon poop.
That's a good point. I'm sorry. Yes, I suppose obsidian is slightly more feasible than a refined Draco scat sword.
There is so much wrong with that statement.
I'm quoting you, Adagio.
What?
Okay.
You're
All right.
actually quoting Sword Art Online Abridged.
Okay,
That
I'm
doesn't
going to
make
pull
it
this
any
train back
better.
on the tracks. Interesting talk about obsidian swords aside. Probably will see the table kind of creak underneath its weight, realize just how heavy this thing actually is, and kind of probably take it off and prop it against the table where they could all see it.
The way the obsidian was formed and shaped naturally, even with the wear pattern of rain on it, it's formed a couple of just natural edges. They aren't anything that would be exactly balanced for cutting, but they can either lean against something or lean into a crook. Do you lean it against one of the flat sides, or do you just put an edge against the table?
Gotta lean it the flat side against the table.
Okay.
Granted, leaning swords against things is usually just really hard. Looks over at the two swords that I own.
I mean, including the one that doesn't have a blade because it's a blade of pure energy.
The sword has absolutely no problem standing up like that.
Neat. Okay, the obsidian is naturally formed on that blade, right? It doesn't look like it was artificially shaped or anything. Or does it? I realized as you said that is actually a really good question. Is this obsidian natural kind of as if they literally dipped it into obsidian and just kind of let it dry, or is it actually shaped?
Yes, let the lava just dry.
Yep, just gonna dip this sword made of unknown material into a lava flow. Just gonna prop that up there, let it dry overnight, and we'll see what happens.
No, what are you talking about? Just hang it up on the clothesline. Okay, I'm done.
No, you're fine. I actually appreciate the rambling. It gave me a chance to parse attributes and skills. Mythic, please make me a perception check and an intelligence check.
Pass and pass.
Excellent. Please make me academics specifically with a bonus of plus 30 or a bonus of plus 40 given plus 30. I'm that is only 70. So plus 30 given the result of your int roll.
Guess I could have cast Skillful Insight, but
This is reactionary. You cannot.
Okay.
Is that 50 with or without?
That is with my arcade. His arcade and lore is only 20.
Man, now I'm sad that skill is not arcane and lore. Fuck. But okay.
If you would like me to make a melee check.
No, unfortunately. You look the thing over. It just looks like a weird you'd seen it up close, sure, but you'd only ever seen it up close when it was still attached to the ground. And seeing it, without the small cairn pedestal, or the small rock formation pedestal that was made around it, it just looks like a weird, kind of cylindrical, if someone was trying to draw a circle and couldn't draw a circle, kind of cylindrical rock sword. You're sure there's something special about it, but as it is right now, it just looks like an incredibly dangerous paperweight.
Intriguing.
The gems are really pretty, though.
And it is decorated with gems along the outside, or are they peeking through the obsidian?
It is not along the outside. It's peeking through the obsidian a bit, but it's only at off that int check I'll give you. It's only at very specific intervals. The way the gems are set in, they are definitely not random. There is placed and planned position of each of them, as you would assume they are effectively of equidistant links between each line segment of gems.
All right, neat. About how many of them are there, and are they only on one side, or are they on both sides, front and back?
The gems. There are, I believe I said it was 5. It was either 4 or 5, and I know I said it before. I have to go and look back through things. But it is on each side. Give me another perception check since you're actually inspecting it. I'll give you a +1 since you would have familiarity with this. All right, give me a melee check.
Fear. So this is the kind of game Roll20 wants to play today. All right, I see you.
Given the positioning of the two bright spots of gems on either side, either it's a gem set and shaped flat set onto either side of the blade where the fuller would be, or it's an extremely long gem segment that was somehow the blade is wrapped around it. Either it was smelted either it was cast that way, or someone cut out a slot of sword and put this in its place. But it is either two smaller, purposefully shaped gems, or one giant, long, badly shaped art asset. But with the melee roll, you realize that the giant, long, shapely art asset would make this so incredibly unwieldy and unaerodynamic that if it really was the long gem segment, the only thing this could do would be, float and stab.
So wait, Moon, it's either a bunch of people who got together and made something amazing, or it's your life.
I feel like that's an oof. Is that an oof?
I'm gonna smack you when I see you at the next con. You gonna get it.
Are you threatening me with a good time?
I was just about to say, don't threaten her with a good time, Moon.
No, I'm threatening you with an entire magazine of Nerf darts at point blank range, especially as you start running away.
Wait, which Nerf gun is it? That's the question.
It will be Mega. It will be the Nerf darts that leave welts.
No. Well, are you going to do Mega or are you going to do Rifle? Because both of
I'll
those can
fucking
work.
I will pistol whip the bitch with a Nerf sword, goddammit.
He'll attack with a Gatling blaster Nerf gun.
Okay, final question.
Does it make it better or worse to offer
Spring
to
or
hold it in?
flywheel?
The
Spring or
fucking
flywheel?
tomahawk, I don't know.
No, for the actual darts. Flywheel or Springer?
Red.
I thought if you're going to do Nerf darts properly, it's flywheel.
Just remember, Moon, just remember, Nerf guns usually aren't allowed in the vendor hall, so you'll have to get me at a panel or at the charity auction. I do it at the charity auction, so I'm running around on stage.
Yes, but she's less likely to be a moving target.
I just
Also-
see Moon now, just going full Hitman.
Also, flywheel Nerf guns are great for rapid fire. Spring Nerf guns are the ones you use when you want to hurt someone.
Oh yeah, because you can do the penny mod. Or, order custom parts.
I may or may not just be sitting here stroking my beard.
He may or may not be sitting here taking notes.
And I went kind of hardcore into researching Nerf guns and stuff for a couple years.
Well, yeah, you're in
Use
college.
that one
That's
Nerf
important.
gun that Jamie modded.
I legitimately modified my old Nerf Maverick with an upgraded spring and reinforced the casing around it so that it could handle the forces applied. And yeah, when you can punch a Nerf dart through drywall, you know you're doing it right.
Nice.
The one Nerf gun where you would it was like, I think, the Night Shot or something. A friend of mine had increased the spring so strongly that it stopped being a Nerf gun and became a Nerf bow. You had to actively hold it back or else the springs would shoot forward.
Yeah, that sounds right. It's the one with the little LED
He
light
turned
on
it
the
from a
front.
crossbow into a bow.
No, it wasn't a crossbow then.
Anyway, threats of foam violence aside. Yes, Mythic, it is a very big, clunky, unwieldy chunk of obsidian with gems and some metal ornamentation spread at even intervals throughout.
Alright, so I can't really tell, but it may either be a gem on either side of the blade or just one big gem piece. With little bits of the gem piece sticking out. Is that right?
Yes, I will draw you up a reference, either on break or after game. But with a 4 degrees, and that's at least 20, that's enough to make out that there doesn't appear to be anything connecting the two pieces.
Oh, very intriguing. And all this as he kind of sits there and examines the blade before looking up at the two zebras.
Yeah, I was going to say,
So,
meanwhile, zebras, there's a unicorn staring intently at a big chunk of rock with slightly shiny bits.
So we're going back to the start of the RP. Okay.
So, do I ask, or are you going to take a seat and talk to us while I try to figure out why the stable beneath us is so vehemently warded against spirits and zebra kind, despite stable tech being rather all-inclusive with their salvation of the people of Equestria?
I'm sorry to go off on a quick rant, but Adagio, when you type that in chat, I fought off the strong urge to just type in snirk.
And Chifundo resists the urge to just kind of go spirit mode on the sword and see what see what's going off with it, and asks Mythic if there's anything he wishes to tell us about the sword.
Today on Antique Roadshow. Well, yes and yes, I suppose. And he'll answer as he kind of sits down and kind of looks at the sword before looking back up at the two. So, yeah, this is it. This is the thing that I was guarding for 4 or 5 years and then running after for almost another year of my life. This thing just looks dustier and stranger up close in person now.
You not going to mention what Valor told you?
Hang on, I'm getting myself into the state of mind here.
I mean, you could always just go back to the 16th in RP1 and
Yeah, I'm kind of using that as a reference, kind of smoothing over some things here. Y'all's friend Valor is a very interesting Griffin, I must say. He said a lot of curious things about this. He seems to know more about this sword than he lets on. Said there might be something of significance underneath all this obsidian. Suggested for me to smash it.
you kind of skip past what I asked you. Okay.
All right, so
You asked what he told him, right?
I asked you if there's anything you wish to tell, and you then replied that replied how Valor managed to come across the sword, and that he seemed to know more than he was letting on. And then I asked, what did Valor reveal about the sword?
All right. Let me start over. Let's see. Okay, so he puts it down, looks at it. Two ask their question. Well, Valor dropped this sword on me. He apparently found it after running across the thief that had taken it from my hometown. And now, I guess I have a rather odd choice to make now.
Oh, and what was revealed by our host?
He said... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Valor's quite the character. Hope you don't mind. I overheard a bit while I was eating dinner. Missed some while they opened the door as I wave a hoof towards the stable entrance. But suppose the question is, were you asking the right questions of Valor?
Well, I suppose there's plenty to ask of him, but right now, I guess I also need to be asking. Right now, I need to be asking some very serious questions of myself as well with this. It's strange after chasing after this thing for a year and having this sit in front of me now. Valor also suggested that I shatter the obsidian around the sword. He said there would be something underneath there, something very interesting. Did I die?
No, you're still there. Well, you could. I mean, take the sword and be on your way, but what if your curiosity? You wandered along with us into something, well, curious, otherworldly, and, well, I smirk at the both of them. For all we knew, impossible. But here we are, so, I reach into my saddlebags and pull out the box containing the revolver. What do you want to do?
You speak of speaking adventure, and ours is certainly such an adventure. And while travelling us will reveal more, it's far from sure to reveal the whole score. On the secret of your sword, would you mind if I try with my spirit-seeking eye?
He'd kind of consider that before nodding his head and shrugging. By all means, go on ahead. See, I don't know if there's anything real spiritually significant about this sword, but it certainly wouldn't hurt to try. Make sure.
Okay, at which point I hit it with a roll of 22 on my shamanism. So Chifundo is now glowing in shaman mode.
Glowing pink? That's twice now you've forgotten that you're glowing pink.
Do you think I did that on purpose, maybe?
All right. So as you glow as pink as the light in the red light district, your eyes start to swirl a little bit, and just it's the combination of the lighting in the room, and I couldn't think of a pink light. The pink light district? No, that just sounds like an area where nothing but e-girls would live, and that place scares me. Anyway, so you begin to give off a soft pink glow of shamanistic energy, and as you look the thing over, the first thing that comes to note is that it isn't spiritual. There is a very strong binding spell, however, placed into, and it doesn't seem so much that there's an enchanted gem or runes or the like. It just, the stone itself, or the obsidian itself, gives off a very strong emanation of a binding spell. The spell itself has the same waves of arcane that you've come to familiarize yourself with. There seems to be a dash of spiritual energy mixed in with it, but it is not coming from the weapon. It seems more than anything that the obsidian is acting as a medium for the binding, and it distorts everything that's inside of it. You can tell that this thing is storing a considerable amount of power, but you are also not 100% sure what this thing can do, as the binding spell placed upon it is distorting your vision to an appreciable degree.
Emma, check PMs.
So after a few moments, the glow dims a little as Chifundo regards the blade with thought. A most curious object. Obsidian holding power, I suspect. Spiritual energy only a hint. Arcane power a much larger glint. He pauses, tapping his chin. Distortion hides what's inside. In the gems, power resides. And he tilts his head a little to the side. This option forms a riddle. My perception unable to pass its ripple.
Calling it now. Mythic holds the sword aloft and screams, "By the power of Greyskull!"
Twitty.
I have the power!
Twitty. This is probably one of the most justified times I have mentioned bomb collar to you.
I mean, it was better than a Thundercats reference.
Thunder horses, heyo.
Aparna's not wrong.
No, it's not justified to throw the bomb collar.
No, the bomb collar is still justified. It's just, like I said, you went with a better reference.
Well, since you made your choice, what are you going to do with the sword? I mean, at least from what I overheard and what you've said, Valor has a pretty solid plan to figure out what it's capable of. So, I continue to smirk kind of knowingly as I fiddle with the box and the revolver. Shattering it could provide interesting results.
Going back through. Okay. At the suggestion of shattering it, Chifundo hits on an idea. Mythic blade, I wonder if you might, upon the blade, shed some light. I want to see if you feel a pull, or if your light remains full. Cue childish laughter from Moon and myself.
Yes.
Well, a little tilt of his head and a shrug. He'll flare up his horn with a light spell. He will flare up his horn with a light spell at flashlight or dimmer if necessary, so as to not blind our two companions here, and kind of lift up the sword in his magic as he starts to examine and poke at it, kind of in an arcane way.
At which point Moon replied that there is a drawing sensation from his magic.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate you being me for a moment. It is helpful. Okay, Okay. Right, because you took a moment to prep yourself. Okay. There is a drawing sensation pulling on your magic, flowing into the entirety of the object. It is no more difficult to hold this aloft than it is to cast a simple shield spell. And much in the same way, maintaining a basic shield steadily drains on your magic. This does as well. However, this drains at a much faster rate. To the point that it feels much like there are multiple forms of jogging. If someone stands on top of your shoulders and asks you to jog, you're going to be much more tired afterwards. Right, and then you cast in that one.
That is at this moment that he will kind of cast one of those strange new spells that he has and kind of really start examining this thing. Now that all of this has been brought to mind, he can kind of actually prepare himself and take his time to examine this.
Right. Then he rolled a 1. And my mind actually reset. I remember looking at the words that were typed up afterwards, but I don't remember typing them. Fascinating.
Oh yeah, and then he realised just how long that bloody buff spell lasts.
I swear, when he asked that, I'm like, yeah, it only lasts for like 300 minutes or so, because I thought it was only potency times 10 minutes or something. Potency times 10 minutes. And no, the expert level for that is potency times 3 hours. Also, I made a mistake because the buffs from the battle were actually the agility and the endurance. Granted, I could easily recast that now for the uh, intelligence and endurance. Probably still not going to need that, considering it would still be, if I were to just not do that, it would be cast at potency 9 for 45? I'm going to have to do the math on that one. Yeah, 45 plus 45. And are you counting that net one as the skill check for examining this thing, or the skill check for casting the insight spell?
It was for hold on. It is the inspection roll.
Yep, I'd have enough to overcome the negative 45 penalty if cast out of 9, so it would all still work out pretty well.
Doesn't matter, still rolled a 1.
And then I rolled a 1. Suddenly making up for those 2 critical failures on my melee checks earlier. And then it vanished.
Just getting that crude, crappy shite drawing out of there. All right. So you probe in with your magic. What are you looking for? Anything specifically, or are you just checking to see how it reacts to various things?
His examining it, kind of poking it, seeing how it reacts to different things, just how much it drains and what it does with that. He might search for some sort of not quite sentient reaction, but something that tells that this sword is not just an object, if that makes sense. This is the first time he's personally handled it, and yeah, he's kind of heard this and that, and he's learned this and that, and he has to wonder.
Yeah. First and foremost, give me a willpower check.
Another one?
No, wait, what did you roll for your other one?
For the original
Yeah, I'm fine.
check.
Discord, or not Discord, Roll20 did the thing where if you have not been clicked onto it for a minute and there's a whole bunch of built-up pings or rolls or something, and it just... There was a 3-second burst of nothing but Roll20 bloops.
Ugh.
I'm good. I just got flashbanged by Roll20.
The worst kind. You want me to roll another will save aside from the one that I rolled in the RP channel?
No, I forgot I had you roll one, so I'm going to look and see what you got. Okay, it was passive 3.
Intelligence. Yeah, it would have been an intelligence 4 versus 9. Still a pass. Not
I didn't
as
say int.
dramatic.
I didn't say int. I said willpower, but you had rolled a willpower. All right. As you wrap your magic around this thing, trying to get an idea of where the hotspots are, where it has more of an energy draw, where's what specifically, there's this sensation of confidence, of unearned, almost hubris-induced confidence that swells in your mind for a hot second. You push it back down, attributing it to this or that, but the surge of confidence did not come. That surge of cocky confidence did not come from yourself, and you're not really sure where its origin is. But as soon as it comes, it goes. The lifting the weapon up in TK, you can tell that it's about as aerodynamic as a brick. And that whomever was wielding this, if they weren't wielding it in TK, must have been inequinely strong. Strong enough to make Big Mac look weak.
So we're talking Valor levels here.
He would likely have to buff, but yes, it's someone who has the ability to apply, an upright stance to the thing.
All right.
It feels almost too heavy to have a sword in it. And as you lift it up and begin to move it around, the gems inset into the sides of the chunk of obsidian begin to give off a very faint glow. Very faint. What color is Mythic's magic?
It is a sapphire blue.
The gems appear to be cut from either synthetic or natural ruby. And as the sword is held aloft, the obsidian and the light reflects through it, focusing out through the gems more, but reflecting out through the entirety of the thing, giving the entire obsidian obelisk a purple glow of magic.
Pretty.
Are your powers combined?
And as all this happens and he's messing around with it, he just the Duke will kind of hear him mutter out loud, "What the hell is this thing?"
A knowing smirk will go across Chifundo's mouth.
There is roll potency. Yeah, just roll potency. It's not a matter of if you pass, it's a matter of how well you pass.
Do I get bonuses for it being a melee weapon due to magically grounded?
No, because that's not applying here. Actually, if anything, magically grounded would give you negatives in this case.
Okay, figured I'd check.
Did he just go from Mythic Blade to Mythic Lightning Rod?
Wait, you're rolling intelligence. Does your intelligence equal your potence right now?
Yeah, magical singularity.
Always does, and will probably always will.
Wait, what about that spell that was still apparently going fucking strong, or is that the skillful insight?
That's all of the
Right.
spells I cast. I was brain, please. I was saying that I was all only cast at a 9 because I thought I had cast my intelligence. I'd cast the alter physiology during the Valor fight. I thought I had cast it for intelligence endurance like I usually do, but it was endurance and agility, meaning the intelligence was only at a 9 during that fight and would be now unless I recast it.
Ah, I see.
Okay. So for like the skillful insight would only be a 45 rather than a 55. Whoop diddy do. But yeah, essentially that. And I asked about magically grounded because that's supposed to give you +2 potency for the purposes of wielding a melee weapon in TK, but that does not apply here, so.
Because this has nothing to do with the fact that you're wielding it. This has everything to do with the fact that you're holding it.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, just wanted to make sure all of that was good.
All right. All right. So you lift the sword aloft. Your own eyes give off a dull glow of magic, and then it is. Arcane's turn on the other map.
Meanwhile.
Meanwhile, back at the plot.
Hey, look.
Mind out the gutter, Naruto. Mind out the gutter.
Hey,
clear plot?
Hey, I'll have you know the side plot with Mythic and the Sword is being really cool and interesting.
Oh, I'm not going to argue that. I was just making a joke.
I know.
Alright, let me change this for the stream. I had ambience ready. Came prepared.
Ever since Roll20 stopped working correctly with most of the internal music players, I just stopped trying to deal with ambience.
Also, I forgot this part at the start of the stream. So this is a sarsaparilla that I have poured into a special mug of mine with a shot of whiskey. Thank you, Holtz. May you rest in peace. You want to take a swig of whatever you got at your table? That's fine. In the meantime, I'll wait till the intermission to unveil the pieces of artwork going up on the wall. Actually, you know what's true. And then I'll start my turn.
Here's to Holtz.
And this is a bottle of Montecougal Summer Shandy.
So this is the cover of the Vancouver Pony Expo con book this year. And this is to Drinking Buddy from Monday. So here you go, Drinking Buddy. You're getting put up on the wall. In the meantime, So Moon, do I have blips on EFS, or does this place look empty on that?
Hold on, I just had to change screens.
Or excuse me, do I have blips on player detection sheet?
Oh wait, that's the other thing I need to open. Okay. I assume you are asking for your blips you are asking about are enemy blips, friendly blips, blips of movement.
The blips that go on the compass, yes.
blips that inform you of the Powerball numbers?
Yes.
No. There are... Well... Yeah, there are no blips on this level. Save for the two compatriots beside you, and the one blip that keeps existing and then moving, which you have learned to ascertain is Boda.
Huh. Strange.
So, yes, this place is void of any kinds of blip.
She looks at Arcane and Hayes. I got nothing on EFS. I thought Chifundo said this place was loaded with creatures.
Both of you give me a perception check as well.
Who is both of you? There are three of us.
Or all three of you, sorry. Well, fuck. Okay. So, Arcane and Haze, the two of you who passed. Sunrise, you also passed. You just passed. So the two of you who passed noticed that you super passed, so you get more. But medicinal. The first thing, and Arcane, that you would notice is that this place is clean. Like, this place smells like it's been washed, and it's not just because the air is a bit more recycled than it has been in some of the other places. There really isn't any dirt or grime. The floors are mostly clean. The steps appear not swept, but there isn't visual signs of detritus or refuse. It's unnerving almost. Sunrise, you note that this place is cleaner than it has any right to be for there to be 0 blips active, and that while there might not be any moving about here, there have to be some deeper in.
She starts easing forward. I'm assuming this is the doorway?
No. So, what the other thing you also notice, or the other thing that you see, is the ramp that leads up to what your brain reminds you as is the warehouse area.
The warehouse area. Wow.
Let me know what colors stand out the most for the text, and I can try to add those as we go along.
She notices the computer and goes over to see if it turns on.
Ooh, computer.
Indeed, a computer. Oh my gosh, I just realized we put all of our hacking and matrix bones in the same room.
Oh, good. That actually is useful for me. Yes, the computer terminal is on. It does appear to be locked, but it doesn't appear to be any kind of any kind of in-depth security.
More than that, Chifundo isn't there to crit fail on any technology rolls.
Actually, yeah, both Chifundo and Nyota are in a different room, so whomever attempts to hack this computer gets a +10 to their rolls.
Plugs in pipbuck. Access administrator mode. Click.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Please make a hacking and matrix roll. Oh yeah. Okay. The computer sits and boops for a minute, and I really want to describe this in a way other than Windows ME starting up on a period-accurate computer, but I can't. I would be lying to you.
Okay, at that description, I need to go get alcohol and something to snack on.
I'm gonna take another sip.
But hello, I'll be your GM, and I am lawful evil for the next several hours.
Lawful evil, neutral evil. I know better.
I actually didn't have a problem with my computer that ran. Of course, I really didn't ask it to do much more than play Fallout.
Anyway, electronics abuse notwithstanding, the computer, you not even hack through, just push a couple of buttons and answer a few things, and you manage to work your way through into the root menu. It's not very in-depth. There isn't a whole lot. But, oh yeah, I can't just do that. Hold on. Alright, whatever. It'll just sound like I'm abusing keys. You rolled a... Oh yeah, I don't have to keep that up. You rolled a 46 out of 96, correct?
Yes, I got almost 5 degrees of success.
Is that with or without the bonus that I was being dead-ass serious on?
It's with.
Oh, damn it.
Moon, I only have one skill that's at 100. Everything else is a mixture of, oh my god, why do you only have a bunch of 60s, 70s, and 80s?
No, you did the exact same thing that I did back when I actually used to play FOE, not just run it, where it's like, okay, this is going to be this, and this is going to be this, and that's, like 3 and 4 chance. That'll be fine for a while. I can dig up some situational bonuses here or there. Alright. So, you work in, the thing pops up for a moment, and there are only a handful of choices. This appears to be more of just an access terminal rather than anyone's personal or any, well-used terminal in the system. Or in the facility.
Alright, well, I'm going to do the cardinal sin of cardinal sins. I'm going to check the browser history.
Dum, dum, dum.
The browser history's been deleted.
Damn it! Alright, what about emails and notes?
that would be the memo. As you attempt to root around for any additional folders that you can readily access, there doesn't appear to be any portal of access from this computer into the central network. However, the general memo. Write this down so I can physically refer back to it later.
I'm assuming he's actually typing out. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Dated 47 years ago, the memo simply states, be careful what you pick, be careful what you eat. We had another outbreak, BG last week, claimed another 17. Me over there.
Raise his eyebrow, confused. Hank, what's BG?
She looks to you, currently lifts her nose up from a stack of assorted notes, notebooks, sticky notes, napkins, and just quickly throws a blanket over top of it and just kind of sheepishly grins. Sorry, Sonny. Spoilers.
Hank, we talked about this.
Oh, sorry, I'm needed in someone else's universe and game, and disappears.
Okay.
Mentally replaces all of her chairs with cream pie seats.
Do you lose karma or gain karma for that?
That depends. Does one lose or gain karma when they fuck with a sibling in a non-lethal way? Who did we lose? Chifundo, okay. There he is, okay.
Is Hayes, with his medical knowledge, able to look at that and figure out what he might be referring to?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you now so you don't accidentally waste a nat 1. No.
Fair.
Are either of you... Would either of you, real quick, would either of you have assisted in attempting to get Sunrise to open this, or did you just let... Green Small scop to the computer and just let it scream electronically?
I mean,
she looks like she has a handle on things
okay.
for the moment.
That's kind of where Hayes is, too.
I mean, we have all the techno horses in the same room, so if anything, we can all give each other pats on the back with the bonuses.
I mean,
we are not going to sit in here like a bunch of programming buddies patting each other on the back and go, yeah, that's good code, yeah, that's good. And then no one understands what's on the screen.
Okay, cool. So you actually just... Okay. Nope, that's fine. I just needed to know.
Also, Sketchy asks, because of this memo, should there now be 17 more dead ponies on the counter?
Moon's attempting to inflate the death counter.
No, but I'll take it.
Hayes, okay. Hayes looks at the memo, looks back at the other two, back at the memo. Are you sure you guys don't want to go back to the door and put on some of these booties? Sanitary booties.
Sunrise blinks a few times. If there is a disease of some sort, I'm just gonna turn on the filter. And the rest of my armor is mostly enclosed, so unless I literally soak in it, I should be fine.
Alright.
Although now she sounds more like a Krieger all the time. I'm just gonna put on the booties and turn on the filter.
So yeah, I need to check my inventory for something real fast. Please tell me I put it in here. Awesome, I did actually add it to my inventory. Arcane will shrug back and pull out a red bandana before tying it around his face to act as the most impromptu of filters.
Hey, as someone who's routinely used bandanas as an impromptu filter, I can get behind this.
I mean, to keep sand from going in your mouth, so.
Absolutely.
And, Arcane will also pull out the booties, because he made sure to grab a set on his way in, despite me not adding it to my character sheet.
You good.
I mean, he doesn't have any socks or anything, though, I'm going to take a guess now and say I cannot put the sock over the EPAM.
Not without severely damaging its effectiveness.
I mean, if anything, I could put the sock on and then put it on top of it, or I can just throw it in hammer space and call it a day. Let's go with the second option.
Hayes noticed this other terminal here.
Yeah, hey, just like terminal.
You could say Hayes has a seeking for the terminal, whether it be computer terminals or terminally ill.
Oh, boo.
So, Hayes flips the switch and goes to see what he can get out of this.
Hayes, roll me hacking.
You sure this is just not turning rapidly into a college dorm or something?
By the way, man, are there any functions on this terminal?
Yeah, I typed them into the 3. There are 3 functions that you. Oh, wait, never mind. They got.
I didn't get them. Oh, home door controls memo. Okay, well, I'm gonna log out and lock this computer with a different password now.
Okay, you're not. Right, sorry. Let me, yeah, key piece of information I forgot to mention. There is... Because... There's a door next to you.
Where?
You're it's higher than 5, right?
This is a door, or this is a door, or that's a door, or is this okay?
I'm grabbing the door token.
Then I'll check door controls and see what that opens.
Okay.
Say MT, or say Arcane. Looks like there's some terminals over on that side of the ramp.
Arcane, go help Hayes over there.
The door control just says open or close. Door is currently closed. Open door. and inside of this blank featureless white void.
That's the end of my turn. Go ahead and jump over to them.
Is an armory. Okay. Arcane, by the time you get over to... Okay, never mind. You go over to the other. Those are not 3 separate terminals. I cannot find my terminal control array token, so I just put down a few and said, fuck it.
Oh, good. It's a triple monitor setup.
It's not a triple yes, it's a triple monitor setup, and they're all running Windows ME. Make me a willpower save.
Oh, they're also connected to different computers, but instead of being connected to the tower that's obviously next to them, they're so badly interlocked together that you can't tell which tower is connected to which tower due to bad cable management.
Okay, Arcane, you take a point of sanity damage.
Hey, Moon, guess what?
What?
Back at 50% again.
Told you you'd be back soon enough.
Welcome back to the Shadow Realm, buddy.
Alright, well that's good. Sunrise is begrudgingly attempting to figure out what's going on in here. Hayes is making sweet, sweet love to a terminal, and Arcane is tripping balls. Awesome. Just like the simulations. Alright. So, Arcane. These terminals, unlike the one over by Sunrise, these terminals are currently unlocked.
Sorry, I need to account for a special change.
Okay. I also need a hacking and wait, is it
hacking and matrix? Or are we playing by
Yes.
special rules here?
No. I was trying to figure out if this would fall under mechanics or hacking and matrix, but this is hacking and matrix.
I mean, they're both my tags, so.
Bully for you. I'm trying to figure out which one of which one of the number skill math roll dicey things I need to have you throw.
No, it's fine. Regardless, you activated my trap card. Does this count as? Does it count as? Do these? Hang on.
Does this count for your special skill where you manage to bone the GM?
Does this count as being pre-war technology?
Oh God, yes.
For the purposes of Gears of Harmony.
Yes, this Gears of Harmony is active throughout the entirety of this stable.
Excited MT noises because this is what my build was made for.
Like, unless you encounter a lone raider methed out of their mind on gaseous Brahmin shit wielding a Chechen pipe pistol, Gears of Harmony is going to apply to pretty much everything else.
Why do I now think that is somewhere in this basement?
It's not, but I'm definitely going to build one.
No, don't worry. Don't worry, Hetty. I'm on the same wavelength as you there. Okay. Hang on, I need to double check my sanity because I'm rolling at a negative 35 base.
Oh, that is music to my ears.
I also roll with advantage.
You can get that 5e shit out of here.
He says, as he remembers that anytime I set an explosive, I get to roll twice.
Yes, because re-rolling should be a very powerful and limited ability, not a fucking feature of the goddamn base game.
Oh, mine's advantage and not re-roll. I mean, if I want re-rolls, let me find some skill books and.
I mean, let's face it. That's what advantage really is.
It kind of honestly is. I mean, unless it's... Yeah, I'll concede that point to you.
Cursed! Cursed! None of you are free from sin!
I mean, the thing is you could roll a 99, then re-roll to get a nat 100.
Moon, remember, two of us in the stream are on a streamed 5e game on Fridays.
I want my crunch. If I wanted to go join a roleplay server.
I thought that was 4e.
You know, Hetty points this
No,
out.
4e is Magic the Gathering, the role-playing game.
Hetty points this out, and I just have to bring up the fact I made a +1 tower shield of expressions and took one of the party members' face and put it on the shield.
That's fucking horrifying.
That's the point.
No, that's not horrifying. Horrifying is what fucking Kung wants to do to it. I may have helped him come up with a few ideas on that one, but hey ho.
Details. Who needs them?
That's terrifying.
Anyway, moving.
Yes, so back to my rapidly dwindling sanity. Along with Arcane's rapidly dwindling sanity. Alright, so yes, you roll hacking in Matrix. So there are a couple of charts and a couple of other things mentioned on this air purity, outside air purity, radiation levels, O2 levels, CO2 levels. This seems to mainly be a stable wide monitoring system. But as well, it does have at least that you can interface with, it does have a single interactable command. Main bulkhead door controls.
Arcane will pause before turning around and calling over to Haze and Sunrise. Found an unlock for the bulkhead door.
Alright. Leave it closed until we know whatever's going on here isn't contagious.
Arcane's tail will give a thumbs up. Well, it'll poke out from underneath this coat and give a thumbs up.
Alright, do you do anything else with it, or just kind of...
Is there seriously that only command on this darn triple monitor setup?
Well, it is currently unlocked. Are you going to try and make it more unlocked? Because with a hacking and matrix roll like that, that is effectively 3 degrees of success because of the that is because of the +10 from there being no zebras in here.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the +10. I forgot.
Yeah, so it's yay shy of 4 degrees of success. You have an inkling suspicion that with a terminal this large, there has to be more things it's connected to, along with the fact that there are this many sub-numbers being just clearly and openly displayed. You get a hunch that there's something, or that there's more to this than meets the eye.
Can I do a hacky hack?
You can. It is. It eats the bonus 10, or it. There's a -10. It would be 20, but it eats the bonus 10.
Okay, so I have an additional -10.
Yeah. So you were rolling at 51.
Okay, so I'm rolling at a -45.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, my brain had to catch up.
No, you're good.
Nice.
-35. Wait, no, that's 45.
Yeah. No. So that passes. Both pass.
Yeah, even if I crit or crit fail, I will roll both because it says you roll twice.
No, that's fair.
I mean, knowing my luck, I'll probably accidentally eat a crit or two. I'll roll like 2 crits and, well, then I waste a crit.
Although I would say if you roll a nat 1, do not bother rolling again.
Okay.
Because you basically cannot roll. Imaginary numbers don't exist, and you physically can't roll better than a nat 1.
Well, what if you roll 2 nat 1s?
It's still a nat 1.
If you roll 2 nat 1s, then you've just stolen someone else's nat 1. Because the dice only ever contain so many criticals in them.
Well, I mean, of course. I mean, if you roll 2 nat 1s on the table, that's the part where everyone goes out and gets a drink.
Yeah. I have only ever known one person who managed to get 2 nat 1s. I'm sure there's more than that, but that only a word to me. Anyways, not the point. So you get hacking away, and while you're able to dodge the incredibly lazy security system that was put on this thing, the real bulk of the hacking comes from the fact that whoever coded this system didn't have a fucking clue how to code. There are erroneous lines of data that litter the thing, to the point that it feels as if you're trying to trot through a shallow bog. You definitely know that you can get through this, but it's going to take you a little bit of time.
So, security by obfuscation.
Security by obfuscation. Meanwhile, medicinal.
Yes.
So you've made your way over to this smaller terminal. Give me a perception check just so I know you're not dead to the outside world. Nope, fuck it. Gonna use the bathroom real quick. I need to stand up and clear my mind because medicinal haze has turned on the fucking blinders.
So,
guess that answers that.
Apparently we're taking our intermission right now.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. While we're doing that, though, so I got some more of the things that actually stick to the Adobe. So, Linzabi, here is your postcard, a literal postcard that's going up on the wall right now. Arvada, here's the one I owe you from Monday.
Nice.
Further, here's the one I owe Fop Doodle from Sunday. Done. And here are the couple of older ones. This one is adjusted. This one over here is addressed to Little Pip. I.e. it says you made Hetty and me cry. And this one is addressed to Only Fame. I'm not sure who that is. But I'm going to get these up on the wall when we have our intermission, and you guys will see a more colorful wall slowly appearing behind me.
Yay.
Awesome.
I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if that being able to roll advantage is the one thing that's gonna save me against the freaking minus 35 from sanity. I wouldn't be surprised if the advantage is gonna be like the one thing that will save me.
We'll see. I mean, my first roll tonight, crit.
I mean, I know I screwed because I managed to get a maximum roll on my initiative, which means I ain't getting another crit again, unless it's a fail.
That seems like a negative outlook.
Well, I
But
mean, I did roll.
we've
I mean,
both used roll 20. We know what the dice is like in this thing.
I mean,
I know.
I mean, I
But
started my night with a nat 10, but I don't think any of you guys saw it.
yeah, so he knocked out his nat fail.
Fine, the player only, took sanity damage from the pink one breaking the fourth wall.
Breaking the fourth wall.
I think I gave Moon a couple of bullets for ideas, so that'll be fun if it ever comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a side quest specifically to understand how one of my spells works.
Ah.
Who are we still missing?
No idea.
I don't know.
I am always here lurking.
not from how far our journey's so ruthless, I still bear the scars. And what matters ain't that the world saw its end, but what kind of life we will spend.
I'm trying to be better, but still miss the mark. And each time I save you, I'm left in the dark. No,
When you're in trouble, I'll be by your side. My love for you ain't gonna hide. And stop returning. A penance and pain in a body left laid, but inside the fire keeps burning.
Still death is calling. The rivers run dry neath a blackened out sky, and all the dead trees are falling. Every new day in the creatures we face will see equal judgment, our mercy or grace. Decision is needed for those who survive of whether you'll be left alive.
And all bloody work for a hope that we hold of past golden age and its story still told. And what sacred virtues we're able to heed to bring back to those who are in need.
The future is daunting. It's going to be shaped by the choices we make and those of the ghosts that are haunting.
And hope's worth preserving. Both near and so far, all the angels there are must help bring a peace that's deserving.
Alright. Roll call.
Yeah.
Here.
How many sanity points does
Here.
Arcane have? Are we actually going to lose a player to insanity?
I fucking hope. No, he's at 50%.
Yeah,
Like, he's at exactly 50%.
That doesn't answer the question. How many points does he actually have?
Nowhere near enough and too many. Somewhere between those two.
Here's
Exactly.
the thing: he's managing it better than Martini ever did.
Like,
Well, I mean, Martini had a base of like 7 or 8.
I was going to say, in Martini's defense, he got hit with chain sanity damage.
like,
Fair.
but I like have 17 out of 19. I'm just looking
Yeah,
over
but
at
you're-
Arcane like, how are you at half? Oh wait,
you're
I'm better
also-
inured to
you're-
this shit.
You're also
You're-
inadvertently a sanity tank.
Well,
True.
No, that's the thing. You're a face, and you also made your base intelligence a 9.
Am I smarter than Arcane?
I mean, I cap out at 12 for the moment.
God damn, bro.
I have a 4 in charisma and an 8 in intelligence.
It also helps that I have a quest perk giving me extra willpower to prevent sanity damage.
What do you have again?
Naoto and I got married, and Chifundo did Ouija shit.
Oh, that doesn't apply in here.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you don't have any of the bonuses from that right now.
Yeah, no, I don't have the +2 right now.
Oh, but Moon, earlier conversation? Yes. I'm officially listed by Fee as the representative of Nurgle to the server.
Congratulations on your promotion.
It's been that way for years.
Yep.
Well, now it's official.
I have so many gifts of Nurgle, it's not funny.
Yep. Lunzabi has been our resident Nurglite for a long time now.
Okay,
Lorp.
that's good.
I kept out at 1470 points.
Nice. I also I don't have any.
I kept out at
gear.
15.
Yeah, I don't have any gear boosting my charisma or intelligence. Plus, also, I mean, seriously, finding anything that boosts intelligence is kind of hard. I kind of wanted to start with. I came up with a whole little mini story for explaining why I potentially have the clever one, the clever legendary perk, or not perk, legendary effect.
And then I reread what it did, and it was the whole Bender scene. Oh wait, you're serious? I'm gonna laugh harder.
Well, I mean, you asked me to write out a scene. I gave you a 4,000 character
The stream diplomat has been armed.
I'm here. Yep, I'm
5
here.
seconds until detonation.
Arcade, I didn't say that you couldn't get the coat. I said you couldn't start with it.
Alright, Sketchy, I came prepared. I had another poster sitting right behind me.
Oh, that's entirely fair, man. Gotta get those souls somehow.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I do have to remind everyone, stream is supported by you guys. That's how I pay Moonhoof, who, not only did I have to go to the ER this week, but last week Moon had a tree fall in his house.
Was that last week? Wait, I don't remember if
Week
that
and a
was
half.
last week or the week before last.
Week and a half.
I know the hot water heater went the same day. It's been a month. Fuck July. I want July to go away.
That sounds entirely fair.
Fucking, there've been, like, it has been more days of storm than days of not storm. Because the tree that fell was, part of the tree. The tree, most of the tree itself is still standing, but it was one of those, it split into 4 trunks. So one of the trunks itself fell. But it was a butternut tree, so now the yard is just covered in more fucking nuts than an orgy. We've just replaced a handful of things. June just decided, I want to outdo 2020.
Man. I'm gonna quote you.
I have literally been picking up beech nuts for 2 weeks. I can't mow the yard because if I attempt to do it, the sound the lawnmower makes sounds like a fucking food processor.
There's more nuts than an orgy. That seems like a good quote.
There's a box and one of the like convention swag like tote bags full of beech nuts, and there's still more butternuts.
You know, Sketchy?
I'm genuinely waiting for the squirrels that call this yard home to start waging open warfare.
Oh look, more plot points for Moon to take down as the squirrels fight each other.
I can't whistle. I'm smiling too hard.
All right. So there we go. Put that right up next to me. In the meantime, I have put up one of them up there, one of them, 2 of them over there. The last one is around the corner there, under the Fallout Babies pick. And the next one is going to go behind the monitor here where I'll have to look at it all the time. I have no idea what the next one is.
Fallout Babies pick?
Yes, you don't know what that is?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, this is fucking fantastic. So an artist went on the Fallout Equestria wiki, right?
I'm terrified.
And he looked up Major 7 side stories, right? He then took the petrified form of Steel Hooves, sitting down, keeping watch over all of the Fallout protagonists as children.
That's adorable.
He then gave me permission to sell it as a full-size poster. It comes out in 17 by 25. I'm so proud of this.
That is illegally cute.
You're welcome. And like somebody pointed out, hey Fee, Sunrise made it in, and I'm like, oh my god! And there's Project Horizons and Murky and Pink and the pink one. And
I was gonna say, can you show or?
It's an artwork dump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, put it in artwork dump. Anyway.
I just look at the fangs and I'm like, how is that steel hooves?
It's the ghoul. You can see the ghoul blood coming out of the eyes. See, adorable.
Wait, I don't.
Who do you not recognize?
Oh, right, he's a pink ghoul. Duh.
Yeah, he's a counterlight ghoul.
Are you sure that's not steel hooves? That's a changeling.
No, that
It
is
looks more changeling to me because of the fangs.
that. According to the artist, that is steel hooves in his power armor.
Yeah, like I can definitely see through the eye that it's steel hood or that it's a Canterlot ghoul, but I never took it to I never took it to have a changeling inspired design. I like it. Do not twist my words. I think it looks fucking fantastic. I just always assumed his armor to be way more stereotypical Brotherhood.
That's fair. Anyway. Yeah, so all those posters are up. Next poster. But in the meantime, it's Hayes' turn. Not mine.
And Hayes just rolled a nat 10 on perception.
No. That means my life is now made harder. So for me, that is a nat 10. For you, that's effectively a nat 1. But it's only for the terminal. As you are you rolled hacking, didn't you? Yeah, you abused the computer. No, wait. The 23 was that?
That would have been the hacking matrix for this turn.
Yeah, the 23 was your hacking and matrix check, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, you rolled that and then Arcane rolled a bunch of things and I was thrown off slightly. As you are, God, good roll, holy shit. As you are making your way through the terminal, popping your way through the piles of junk code and the small bits of this or that, you notice that there appears to be a fragmented line where it looks as if someone manually came in and reprogrammed something. It just doesn't flow like the rest of the coding in this. As you probe a bit deeper, scrolling through, continuing to hack your way through the computer terminal, you notice that there is an error in the code. A line checking for a true false, it seems to be a logic gate of sorts, is checking for the information in line blah 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 to be less than 1, and the line and the information in line blah 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 is equal to 1.
Okay. Hayes fixes the logic.
All right. takes you a few more minutes to finish typing your way through some of it, but you are finally able to process your way onto some kind of interface screen. Now, had you rolled anything other than a nat 10, I would have mentioned that you hear Arcane making noise, and Sunrise said something involving words, but no, there's an error in this code, and that's more important than anything else around me.
Okay, it was a hyper-optistic moment. I am absorbed with what I'm doing in this term. Okay. So, Hayes fixes the code and hits enter. What happened?
Hayes is given the three similar options that he saw over on Sunrises, and a tab that simply states deleted.
He brings up memo, expecting that to just be a repeat of the one he saw over at Sunrise's turn.
Pulling up memo, it does appear to be a carbon copy of the one over on Sunrises.
Then he selects the deleted option.
Much like someone attempting to badly hide porn on their computer, as you open it up, the three files are just labeled memo.
Oh, hey, more memos. He accesses them.
All right, which one does he open up?
Top to bottom.
Excellent. All right, that is the first deleted note.
Okay.
Oh, was Valor trying to be helpful?
Valor is a very helpful bird. All right. So then you're going down to the next one.
Yep. Okay. And the last one.
And last but not least,
Sunrise.
Yeah, Hayes.
I recovered some additional memos on this terminal. Think you're going to want to take a look at this.
She comes over, having opened the door. Has a look. Oh. Shit.
Yeah. So, yeah. I have a strong suspicion based on this oldest message. Then, of course,
Yeah, about that. That's bad.
well, if BG just stands for berry gut, and they're not used to eating berries, maybe it's just a plumbing issue. But
What other diseases do you know of that we can get sick from that would be subtitled BG? She looks at him. You are the best medical expert we have at the moment.
I need more information. The likelihood of it being just some internal stable slang, it few letters just isn't enough to break it to try to figure it out. In these memos, there's
Right, you got surgical masks? Or a gas mask? It could be shorthand for stable slang MT. It could be shorthand for I don't know.
It was worth a shot.
Could be shorthand for stable slang, should be shorthand for scientific notation, it could be shorthand for common labeling. Hayes has a point with just 2 letters and no indicated symptoms of what it is. It could be anything. You got do you have a do either of you have masks?
Arcane will just simply point to the bandana that's now mostly hanging around his neck now for the moment.
Arcane?
That's all I got.
How about the helmet you made for me with the face?
Yeah, the faceplate I made for you is a gas proof. It's just an armored faceplate.
Huh?
Granted, in theory, so long as you don't rub your eyes or wiggle around your ears or pick your nose or any other orifice you happen to have, then you should be okay. In theory.
No. The other clue we have is to careful what you pick. Be careful what. So don't eat anything down here. And as long as you
Right.
and disinfect anything before you pick it up. That's about all we can do at this point.
So, only eat sealed prepackaged food you brought with you. Don't drink any of the healing potions or use any of the bandages in here. And don't touch any of the medical supplies. And if you have an open wound, alcohol. Lots of alcohol.
Arcane would pause before checking his bags and look over to Sunrise and Haze. Would either of you happen to have any spare healing potions? He awkwardly kind of peters out. I ran out a while back.
Yeah, I think I've got a couple to spare. Hayes would hand over 500 healing potions.
All right. For a second, I thought I misheard you say 500, and I got really confused really fast.
Yeah, that makes 2 of us.
Well, needs.
And Arcane would give a thankful nod to Haze.
And he also hands him over a super rejuvenate.
Okay, I do not have that one on Quick Notes, so I'm gonna have to add that later.
Alright, you should take a couple of those booties. If somebody does get wounded, they need to get out of here. So the best answer would be to cover it with those until we get out and further sterilize it after you're outside. Oh.
I'm carrying magical bandages. We're fine.
And no talking, touching, or coming within 2 meters of anyone when we leave until we all shower.
I mean, we'll go through Deacon. We'll shower again when we go back through Deacon.
Arcane would wait to Haze in agreement about there being the shower.
Sunrise, you do your. What is your medicine?
Higher than 0.
Higher than 25?
32.
Okay, that is high enough that you know that given the condition of this place and the quality of that decontamination shower, anything that you get on you will be cleaned off in there.
Yes, but I don't even know if we can trust the decon shower now.
Yeah, if the water supply has.
The army of Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son.
Woo! Thank you, Carl.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't even know if we can trust the shower now.
Well, I guess there's only one less thing we can do at the moment. Hayes clicks the command to open the garage door.
All right. As you flick on the command to open the garage door, you get a notification on the screen. Please stand back. Garage door is opening. And you see the 3 garage doors nearby you. They each lurch, one right after the other, and then as a whole unit, the entire system opens. Give me a moment. I will update the fog of war.
Did Sunrise open the armory door?
Yes, but I didn't go in.
Ah, dang it. I guess I'm a little too late in character to suggest checking out that room. I mean, in character, I didn't know it was an armory, but...
Have other
I mean,
priorities first. She recognized that room as an armory and went, okay, we can go in there in a minute.
Yeah, well, the connection I was going to make was, if this is kind of the in-between room, and we were talking about gas masks, wouldn't it make sense if the armory maybe had a gas mask or two?
All the doors open. Sunrise is going to click on the radio and hail Chifundo.
Yes.
All right, Sunrise, roll luck.
Oh no.
This is where everything goes totally down, isn't it?
Hey.
Okay, the signal strength is holding strong here. So you know that at least in this part of the stable, you can, in fact, radio back and forth.
Fundo, I acknowledge the radio call.
Chifundo, is Valor there?
Out of character, Valor flew off, didn't he?
He didn't necessarily go far. It is a thing that you would be able to discern in character with a perception check if you stick your head outside.
1 moment, Sunrise.
Alright, from the window, I assume he's poking his head out?
Wherever's nearest.
Alright, yeah, the door would require a door. So poking your head out the window, he is not in line of sight at all.
I've got no idea where he is, Sunrise.
We have a problem.
Oh, what's up?
When he gets back, ask him what BG is and why it kills ponies. And then ask him how do we prevent exposure.
Sure thing, Sunrise. Do you need anything from us? Any gear?
As of right now, until we know how to prevent exposure, everyone in here should be considered contaminated.
Okay, what do you plan on doing?
Figuring out what it is first, and then figuring out how to not kill everyone when we leave. We haven't seen anything that, openly exposes us or any dead bodies, but there's multiple memos on the computers of mentioning, let's see here. The new crop of berries is being sent over for processing to prevent sickness. We ask you to kindly prevent from eating wild fauna or flora. I can't believe that I didn't spell this out. Do not bring in outside food. I thought we catched up with this. If anyone else does, you'll be on penalty duty for a month. There's been another BG outbreak. I've sealed off the lower areas as best I can. We're going into hard lockdown. Good luck. And the other message we have, it says, Be careful what you pick. Be careful what you eat. We had an outbreak of BG last week. Claimed another 17. Which means I've died here before.
Could be not necessarily Agent 7. Could be 17 individuals.
I mean, it could just simply be a body count.
Either way, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I will speak to Valor next time I get a chance to.
Alright.
Chifundo will also relay all the messages to the other two as well. Well, no, he's probably got it on open speaker so the other two can hear anyway.
I'll keep you updated as long as I have a radio signal. Over.
Sunrise. Good luck. And Chifundo will sign off.
Anyway, I need to add a single line there. The warehouse doors open. Everyone make me a perception check. Or the three of you make me a perception check.
Wheeze and a minus. Ah, dang.
Okay, there we go. I just needed to make a line for myself. So, as the door opens, the three of you are able to make out just an insane plethora of cargo crates and boxes. Some still have, packing seal on them. Some, have stamping from old world equestrian companies. Sunrise. You instantly recognize about 70 to 80% of those crates as being identical to some of the ones that you are, as being identical to the same style of crate that you and your small squad would haul back and forth from stable 1 to stable 2, or from fee 1 to fee 2. In the area I just clicked, there appears to have been some kind of slide. The crates have fallen from a nice stacked height and are blocking the path.
Huh. Well, that's inconvenient. Out of curiosity, is the Geiger counter going off?
A little. But given this is the first spike you have encountered at all in here, it does suddenly break that. It does break that still silence, as it is a very noticeable sound. Hayes, make me another perception check at +1. Okay. You won't get this. I won't get it. Surprise. As you are coming in to explore the area, one of the foremost crates starts to move and shake a bit. By the time you realize that something's moving, part of the crates burst open.
Oh, joy.
But you passed the initial check, so your wits are about you as you go in here, so you can react as normal.
Sunrise. Something's moving. Let's get out of here.
He nods in agreement and checks EFS as she backs up.
There was nothing there. There is now a dot.
Everything all right?
Points shotgun in direction.
And out of the crate crawls this mildly glowing, violently bluish, purplish. Your mind tells you that this is a feral ghoul. However, this thing is incredibly bloated and puffy. It's, leaking from patches of the skin. It has astronaut face. Who rolled for the thing's perception? All right, yeah, it hears the sound of hoof steps moving backwards. So it turns, it kind of rights itself, it looks over. And it just gurgles at you.
Hayes, door.
Door. He, again, takes the command to close the door.
Okay, the doors take a moment, but they, I need to grab them all.
I feel like I'm gonna shoot myself in the foot here, but how loud are those doors?
They are no louder than a garage door opening or closing. It's behind the door, don't worry. But you hear the sound of something. It sounds like someone forcefully taking a 2-pound steak and just smacking it with extreme force against a cutting board. There's a slight sound of sloshing and more of the gurgle yell coming from the thing.
So I've made the medical conclusion. This is more than just bad indigestion.
That was a mutated ghoul.
So you reckon probably we're dealing with the combination of radiation plus the virus.
I recommend we're dealing with taint.
Academics and lore to know what taint is? Or would I know that naturally?
No, that is absolutely an academics and lore check.
Alrighty.
Given Hayes' background and dealing with taint mutation, do I just
You get a plus 20.
I'm assuming,
You will, Hayes, I will say you're at least familiar with the term, even if you fail. Even if you crit fail, you are still familiar with the term, but this is just for your actual familiarity with taint mutations specifically. And Arcane, yes? Sorry.
Oh, I'm assuming the IMP project was pretty black-side in regards to the Ministry of Arcane Science.
Oh, it was absolutely black site.
Hey, you know top level clearance? You're not cleared for this.
Oh yeah, no. He was never top level clearance. I made sure of that because
I only know about Taint from Quick Stitch and Sandy Claus.
Oh, that's entirely fair.
Well, glad I made my roll then.
Yeah, Mariponi didn't exist, basically.
Well, Medicinal, you are fairly familiar with some of the things that Taint is capable of doing to mutate to the body. And while it's not outside the purview of what it could do, Taint could be responsible for shaping and bloating a body like this. Gears, you are familiar, at least with some of the aftermath of the implied metamorphosis potion and some of the things it was capable of doing. What you're more familiar with is the delineation and contamination of the runoff of those barrels, commonly referred to as taint. And while taint and radiation as a whole are capable of creating some nightmarish monsters, from what you've seen, you haven't ever noticed taint to just make someone resemble a blueberry.
Yeah, out of character, this, I mean, it seems to me more like it's just a ghoul gone feral and close to expiring.
Now, taint could definitely play a role, as it has been known to help evolution along a handful of steps, but it is more than likely... Okay, so maybe taint just gives evolution a fucking stepladder, but it is within the wheelhouse of taint having had a hand in this, but it does not appear that this is the direct result of someone falling into taint.
So Hayes turns to Sun in an actual, almost angry voice goes, I know what taint is. And yes, it's possible that is a taint mutant. However, it's more likely just a feral ghoul that got caught up in some experiment. He then just sits down, pulls out a gallon of dark stout, downs it.
Arcane will awkwardly take a few steps over and gently pat Hayes on the back in an attempt to comfort. What was this place for again? He'll ask as he looks over to Sunrise. As in the purpose.
What was that, Arcane?
What was the purpose of this place?
No idea. That's what we're here to find out. And also get the information that it has to do with why this place is marked as the place we're supposed to go on my pet buck.
Arcane will raise both hooves in a point of, alright, fair enough. As in conceding the point. Still.
Just a quick out of character question. This stuff here, was that described and I just missed it?
No, that has not been described yet. Since everyone just kind of like saw terminals and went to terminals.
Sure. Anyway, carry on.
No, more just that if the lot of you are trying to formulate a plan, I'm going to cycle back around to the group outside. Unless the group outside is all going to pass their turn to keep going in here.
Yeah, we should probably formulate a plan.
Yeah, if anything, we can formulate the plan in text. Wait, in text on Road Talk or in text in the game? Roll 20.
Alright, so as everyone out here is just kind of out here, there is a chirp on the radio informing the group that there is a problem in there.
So, conversations had with Sunrise regarding this mysterious BG and to ask Valor when we next see him.
Well, hello, keyboard. Can you stay on? My comment was, well, shit.
Well, that doesn't sound very good.
No, it doesn't.
Should we have gone down with them after all?
Then we would also be potentially infected by this. Although I don't remember seeing any signs of sickness when I was down there. It is curious.
Did they give us any idea of the symptoms or anything?
No, because none of the memos had symptoms in them. They just...
Yeah, it doesn't mention the symptoms.
Okay. They assumed it was brought in from outside.
I will let Nyota, you or Chifundo make a charisma check.
Uh, 2 compared to 7 for me.
And 7 compared to 8 for me, or 9 if we're not including my penalty.
Okay. So, Chifundo, it takes you a minute to come around to the same point, but that depends. Hayes, what ammunition are you using?
Believe it is just standard 45. Yeah. 45 ACP.
It would take a few shots, but yes.
Okay.
It's doable, but it's not ammo friendly. Anyways. Nyota, Chifundo, it takes you a moment to come to this, but Nyota, you come to the almost immediate conclusion that it is some kind of colloquialism, some kind of common colloquialism used within this stable, that it's not talked about in depth because it is a internally known common knowledge type thing, as there are at least a few words and terms that are familiar to yourself that are used in a similar manner.
Okay.
Well, I get the feeling that nothing that we know of from, well, at least nothing I know of from medical texts is going to help here because, well, if they're using slang inside the stable, I'm kind of lost. So I guess the best that we can hope for is that they find out something inside and we can figure out something from Valor. I happened to overhear the conversation on the radio, so.
I mean, Trundle would have left it open to allow the others to hear, but yeah. Yes, I think Bella is our best lead from our side of things.
Surely he'll be back soon. I believe he was just going out for a quick flight to make sure everything still worked after that.
Oh, yeah. And once he gets back, he's getting a full checkup, whether he likes the idea or not.
So about another 15 minutes pass before Valor makes his way back in. Mythic, as you continue to hold the blade aloft in your magic, your mind is just assaulted with fragmented thoughts and images. But you get the sensation that whatever this weapon is, it is grateful to no longer be sedentary in the center of a town.
Chifundo,
Yes, Mythic?
are you sure your gleam of shamanism, or whatever it is, however it is that you see it, are you sure it was just a glint?
Yes. Chifundo will, however, focus in on the sword again to see if anything's changed.
I don't know. Maybe it just has some mind altering magic on it. But this thing is making me feel weird just holding it.
I presume I get no better read than I did before, Moon.
Roll Spirit Affinity.
Passed by 2.
Nice. You push in a little bit and breaking through, kind of tunneling a hole in the vines, and you realize that the spiritual essence, that the miniature bits that you detected, once past the vines, a good more than 90% of the signal dissipates, but the little bit echoing still inside, it just appears to be shards and slivers of memory. No more something that stands out no more than sawdust in a sawmill.
Chifundo will relay that the best he can.
And you know what? I'm going to do something silly. I'm going to reach out and touch the blade.
You fool! You activated its trap card!
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Nope, out with it, Moon.
I'm not going to say it.
Moon, make a willpower check to not say.
Touches the beacon!
Gosh.
God damn it! Okay, we're throwing this thing in the trash can. I'm going to make them a new blade.
In doing so, Moon
Quest has already been added into your law.
It is now an essential item. It's a quest. I can't take it back. God damn it.
Oh god damn it! It's soulbound. Ah!
Oh, Mythic missed out. Ah, it's soulbound to the team.
Valor just kind of pokes his head back in. Did I hear a new hand touching the beacon?
So to quote something or to repost something that Ivana posted earlier, check bullshitting and testing.
The dude with the flashlight is 100% Haze.
Yes. yeah. No, this janitor partied hard back in the day. But yeah, no. Mohawk horse. About the
have mohawks.
Oh shit!
The black and white mohawk, not the pink and white mohawk.
Right.
The handsome one, not the cute one.
That's fair. I was gonna say, wait, no, they're both. Oh, okay, yeah, no, Chiflindo's definitely the cute one. Nyota's definitely the handsome one. Anyway, now that we're not playing Rate That Horse, Nyota, I require shamanism, and I require spirit affinity. Actually, what did I have? Okay, Nyota, I need shamanism, endurance, intelligence, and willpower.
Barely squeezing by on that endurance.
I literally passed everything.
But only just.
That has been the fucking mantra of these past few months. But only just.
I am okay with only just.
Anyway. Alright, so you reach out and stick your hoof on the obsidian sword.
Yes.
And you get the same... Alright, so the first thing that happens...
The first thing that happens.
Alright, so that will... by the time your hoof is pulled away, it will be burned by raw magic. But that is just 14 points of unmitigatable damage to the whichever hoof you touched it with.
Oh god, magical damage. Ugh.
It's just 14 points of true damage. But, this is why you had to make the checks. It is Kratos on that font of light. Alright, so as the two of you are in there, the Mythic, the prior images that you were seeing were fragmented. Arcing swings of a sword, falling enemies, the sounds and din of battle, assorted things of the like, as another force of focus helps join in. The images solidify more. They coalesce into something that can actually reveal information. There is a gleaming weapon held together with an aura of magic. There is an not an explosion, a storm of metal knives ripping through a score of gangers. There is the image of a long gray shock of mane covering the eyes with the sword aloft. The frustrated sensation of someone moving it out of the way. The clear sensation, Nyota, this is a weird one for you, the clear sensation of a unicorn firing up their horn and casting a spell through it. Nyota, you do not have a carbuncle nor a horn, yet you still feel the sharp tingling sensation in your forehead.
Would it be considered the phantom pain?
God damn it, but yes, actually. You were sudden, for just a sharp moment, you experienced sudden phantom horn syndrome. There is images and snap flashbacks of moving through a battle, the look of someone in not a war, but clearly some very large scale fight. You see what looks like a slightly pink necromancer for just a moment, that disappears out of your line of sight. And lastly, Nyota, you see what appears to be a recessed sort of cliff face. Mythic, you see the area where the town was founded. There is a driving strike as the magically infused sword is driven into the earth. Spells are magic firing like wild around and through your body as just a ripple of hot rock comes up and seals itself around this weapon. The two of you are snapped back into consciousness as you can hear the sounds of Valor making his way down the stairs.
Huh. So, Mythic,
What?
you know what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
What the
That's
fuck?
tripped the entire game so far, and Hayes missed.
Yeah, I reach up and I start rubbing at my forehead. That is gonna be with me for a minute, but, yeah. So, you gonna break that thing out of its prison?
I might just do that now.
Considering I'm pretty sure it wasn't the original wielder's intent to seal it in a blade of obsidian. So, yeah, by the way, Valor?
I see the two of you have been having a grand old time in Valor's absence.
Well, we had to keep
Can't say
ourselves
that.
occupied somehow.
I need an adult.
Out of curiosity, so the three...
Valor chuckles. I am the most adult in this room.
No, you're not.
I am older than you.
By, like, what, 15 minutes?
I am older than you by at least 20 years.
Anyway, so the trio that went downstairs, including my wife, they encountered something mentioning BG. Got any idea what that's all about?
Hey, Moon. For dramatics, can the radio crackle now?
Or did you re-signal back out?
I wanted to, yes.
I thought everyone was formulating a plan, or did you write that you were radioing back out?
I wrote when... Needs to know when I can scream over the radio at Chifundo.
Oh, when you were screaming over the radio because you encountered a ghoul?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that was what we were jumping back to. That was the point that I was cycling back around.
Okay. Never mind.
I was gonna say, give me a luck check at a -2.
I'm genuinely surprised.
Alright, All right, Sonny, as you were stumbling your way away from that friggin' ghoul, you accidentally stumbled, tripped, and fell, and somehow your tail depressed the button.
Okay, Chifundo, you hear a radio.
I wanted to say your fat flank depressed it, but I forgot it's not a cell phone. You wouldn't have fallen on it.
Okay, this is going to be really good. Chifundo, you hear a shotgun blast, a garage door slam closed, and someone yelling, "Why is the ghoul blue?"
What comes out is it doesn't get all the way through the word blue before cutting back off.
Clicks on the radio. Sunrise, are you there?
Yeah.
So, Chifundo, you hear the sound. You hear the sound of someone aggressively hitting a thin yet. You're not sure why you know this, but you hear the sound of someone hitting a 16 gauge steel door with what sounds like a 2-pound steak, repetitively and with a considerable amount of force.
Do you need assistance? Do we need to come and get you?
No. I just ran into a ghoul that was multiple shades of what it can only be described as blueberry and very bloated. I'm very confused and concerned. Is Valor back?
Looks across the Valor. Yes, he just got back. Nyota was asking about the BG you encountered.
Did the small green murder mare encounter something down there?
Apparently some kind of ghoul on top of whatever BG is.
BG. Blue ghoul.
You
Damn it, he beat me to it.
Hear the sound of Valor walk back upstairs. You smell ozone for a hot second. You hear Valor grunt with force and the entirety of the keep shaking as what can only be described as Valor rage punching the wall. Before coming back downstairs, the glow fading from his wings as he looks the three of you over. It seems that Lean and Green has encountered one of the ghouls that managed to crop up in that inside of that facility despite Valor's best efforts to keep the place safe.
So is this going to lead to a great and mighty purging of ghouls?
Well, there are two issues with that. One, I'm not sure if the stable would open back up again. And two, Valor cannot go inside. Valor's orders are to stay out here and guard the entrance.
Ah.
And I mutter under my breath as he says that. And he's going to be dealing with a full body look over after we get done with this.
It seems BG and that ghoul are the same thing, Sunrise. Valor is reluctant to enter the stable due to his own orders. Do you need help with it?
Valor is unsure what the name of the affliction is, but has heard some of the occupants, as they had come out in prior days, mention things about these blue ghouls. But aside from that, Valor is unsure. Valor only knows that for a short period of time they were gathering some of the local wildlife and harvesting some of the berries from nearby plants out here. But beyond that, Valor doesn't know. They clearly, at one point in time, stopped accepting Valor's cooking. And he just his body language slumps a little bit. Valor put a lot of work into that quiche.
Kind of winces in sympathy to Valor.
I'm getting hungry again. question, a quick out of character question. Did Sunrise mention that it was mention any of the other parts of the memos where like they were talking about don't bring in any outside flora and fauna and people
I
are getting
read
sick
them
over
to
it?
Chifundo verbatim. What Chifundo turns them into in response is up to him.
Chifundo left the speaker on open, so everybody heard what Sunrise said.
Well, my first logical guess would be we should probably check some of that said flora and fauna around here if that's what they gathered and brought in. That might give us some sort of insight into what exactly is going on. Wouldn't be the first time some unfortunate bits of vegetation got into food and made some ponies rather drastically sick.
I'm grateful to say that I've only ever served burnt that's been bad. I've never served anything that's actively poisoned anybody on accident.
No, but that coffee did try to kill you.
Like I said, burned. I haven't poisoned anybody by accident yet.
Never accidentally poison. Always intend your poisonings.
I swear to the goddesses if there's poison joke or killing joke around here.
But also remember that only cowards use poison. A real swords buck fights up close and personal.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not a swords buck then. Anyway, Valor.
Yes, Nyota.
Since you're going to be staying here, because, well, you can't go inside the stable, going to ask that you disrobe so that I can give you a full checkup. After I go check and see if there's any flora or fauna that could have caused this.
I will only comply to this if the three of you agree to not go in. If they have encountered another one, it is potentially safe to say that the three of them are lost. I will not lose the three of you inside of there as well.
Why? What's so significant about these blue ghouls?
The griffin shakes his head. With the respect and the fear that all of the explorers who had spoken of discussed these,
I mean, this isn't our first dealing with ghouls. I mean, heck, we had to deal with a glowing one a few months back, so I'm curious as to why these blue ghouls are so special.
I had to take down a swarm myself, so...
Valor does not know why, but only knows that they are. How did that explorer put it? I believe her verbatim words are, "These blue ghouls are proof that Celestia does not love us."
Cliche. But,
that's nice.
Go ahead, Avarna.
He's just like, oh, that's nice.
Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat as more bullets hit the door.
As cliched as that is, any medical insight for us? Any, like, underlying causes? Or should I go look for those berries or whatever might have caused this?
Did those explorers turn into ghouls after coming out here and talking about them?
Valor remembers that one did not return back with the exploratory party, and that the group had looked for almost an entire day, but they were unable to locate her. Valor had conducted a couple of sweeps of the overhead area, but was unable to spot the pony who had gone missing in action as well. But This was multiple decades ago.
Well, that answers my next question. And that makes that question completely moot.
That does not mean that they are not there. The little bit of conversation Valor has had with the few outside traders simply that these ghoul things are capable of living forever in some cursed, hellish state. But
If
Valor is not a vulture and does not care to partake of carrion meat, though. So,
if a can I roll something? Because I can't remember if Fundo would really understand how ghouls kind of work in the basic principles.
sure. What would you like to roll?
I'm guessing it would be in academics or something.
Actually, ghouls would be survival.
Okay. Where did that go? Where did that go? There we go. Yeah, Fundo's fairly knowledgeable on them. So, yeah, Chifundo will rattle off what he knows about ghouls needing radiation to maintain their sanity, and after a while they kind of go feral, and if they don't get enough radiation, and explain that they actually know some fairly nice ghouls in some of the towns.
Oh, you mean like cross stitch?
I was going to say, that is enough of a check that you have never heard of a ghoul turning blue, though.
Yeah.
Even one's waterlogged had more of a grayish complexion.
Mind if I take a crack at it for what I know?
Mm-hmm. Mythic, you can do the same if you'd like. Wow!
No,
okay.
That's a wow.
Okay. Yeah, that is. Alright. So, Mythic, you have average weight. You have slightly above average Wastelander knowledge on ghouls. Chifundo, you have seasoned explorer knowledge on ghouls. Nyota, this is an open book test, and you can use the bestiary.
Okay, I'm gonna have to see if I can find it.
No, I mean, like, ask me a question, you effectively know the answer. That does not extend to these ghouls that they found in there.
So, from what we know of the situation, from what Valor has told us, and from the memos, this doesn't fit the typical pattern for any of the ghouls that I am familiar with.
Yeah, because normally ghouls require intense radiation exposure to turn them into ghouls in the first place.
Correct. This does not track with any kind of radiation-based ghoul you have ever encountered.
So it's a biological infection instead of a radiation-based radiation or poison pink cloud formed ghoul via necromantic energy.
In my head, all I can think of is mold. It's like a blue mold growing on them.
Your I too finished playing 8 not too long ago. Best dad.
Or 7. Both of them.
I didn't play Resident Evil.
7 was also very good. They just go into more of the lore. Yes, you are. Give me a medicine check, Nyota.
Ah, yes, my 4th best skill.
If your medicine had been a 55, I would have just given it to you anyways, because I would have been laughing too hard. You are able, between the knowledge that you have of, herbal remedies and some textbook academia, combined with your multiple decades of just being a zebra, and, traditional alchemical knowledge, some survivalism and the like, you are able to ascertain that definitively ascertain whatever caused this is not necromantic, but is in fact biological.
All right. So, it is a biologically sourced problem. They've been forbidden from bringing in outside food. So that leaves a few options, but the first one that I'm going to think of, out of curiosity, they said the ghoul was bloated, right?
Yes.
Did it look fuzzy?
Relays that to the party.
You would not have been able to get close enough to really ascertain if it was fuzzy, but it didn't look like it had, a tumbleweed growing out of its back.
I was thinking more along the lines of the same sort of fuzzy that you see on bread mold.
I was going to say yeah.
Like, kind of like fur, but not really. It's that like, oh hey, that's furry bread. No, that's not fur.
Arcane, Sunrise, and Haze would have all noted that this pony still had fur.
So it would have been hard to see if it was like a mold sort of blue or purple, or just fur.
I mean, I can open the door and we can kill it, but I can't promise that, one of us won't get infected in the process.
I wouldn't recommend that. As a matter of fact, I'd recommend keeping that door shut.
As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure if we're infected yet or not. I'm the only one in here with a gas mask.
I'm tempted to ask what kind of filter you're using, but I'm gonna step back from that and focus back on the whole no outside food thing, because that's got to be important.
Don't you know, Nyota? It's the kind of filter that gives you the immunity to airborne toxins quality.
Full spectrum carbon filter? The
Bethesda
overkill one that Quick Stitch made?
No, it's a Bethesda-powered filter, which means that it grants you immunity.
So it's powered by computer game physics.
It's powered by fuck radiation, fuck biologics, fuck everything except for air.
It's powered by Duracell.
Hang on, by that.
Go ahead.
Sorry. By that logic of it, for following game logic, would bandanas fall under that because bandanas in Fallout 76 prevent airborne disease?
No, 76.
Bandanas definitely provide some kind of crude air filtration. They are nowhere near.
Also, you said 76, and 3 people in the call immediately turned to you and went, no.
It runs on the same engine as Fallout 4.
Does not matter.
Fallout 76 is in fact just Fallout 4 with the multiplayer settings turned on. But
you both do know that Bethesda hasn't come up with a new game engine since the second Elder Scrolls game.
Yeah. I am aware that both the Elder Scrolls and Fallout are just the astronaut meme. But no, more importantly, I'm saying that it's just Fallout 4 with the multiplayer settings turned on, because I'm pretty sure it's just fucking Fallout 4 with the multiplayer turned on. But yeah, the bandana does not have the same immune-giving properties as a face mask, but it does grant you... It basically just gives you a high bonus to your poison resist roll for inhaled toxins.
Right, I forgot I actually have decent poison immunity.
Yeah,
I might know what perk I'm gonna take next level.
What is the quality of the bandana?
100%.
Okay, the bandana will provide you with 33 poison resistance against inhaled poisons only.
Okay.
Like inhaled aerosolized if you accidentally found, a patch of mold and didn't manage to get it in your eyes, that kind of thing.
Yeah. 33%.
So, Valor.
That's arcane, that's additive since the poison resist is a percentage.
Yeah, I know. I have a passive 52.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Look.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that tracks. You have almost total poison. Yeah.
Look, extreme tolerance is really dumb. Okay, I'm shutting up because we are running out of time.
Yeah, Hayes' resist is 57.
I have 19.
Well, I mean, I convinced Varden to take extreme tolerance.
It's the best Earth Pony perk.
It's so good.
All right. So, yes, as the three of you are looking between yourselves and occasionally making shifty eyes to the radio call, Valor is definitely big liar jack face, big shifty eyes, definitely feels very awkward, has that look of, I am going to just go make my acrobatics check to dive out that window if I have to. Which is in stark contrast to the arrogant and confident air that he had only a few hours ago, where he was ready to fight each and every one of you at the same time.
He's very unsettled about these ghouls, as I take it.
Valor.
Yes, Iota.
Be honest with me. You know more than you're letting on.
Valor only knows speculation. It is not fact. It is not really even anything with hard, substantial evidence. Valor just knows some of the things he's overheard.
And yet you're tense like you're getting ready to run away from something.
He exhales deeply. No, Valor is tense like he is about to have to dig 3 graves.
Well, considering you've got a better memory than I do for lives past, you wouldn't happen to remember the group that lost one of their number, where they came in from, and what kind of foodstuffs they were carrying?
He scratches his brain for a moment before nodding. Yes, it's been many, many years, but Valor could point whomever in the correct direction in which that group came from. However, Valor has no idea where they were lost. Somewhere in the brush and the trees.
I was more concerned about the foodstuffs, but since you said there's trees nearby, I'm assuming they probably foraged from somewhere in the forest. Okay, well...
Iota, are you referring to the group that lost a member, or are you referring to a different group? Because there have been many groups that have come and gone from the inside of the stable.
The group that lost the member, which I am currently assuming is probably the ghoul that my wife and our friends are currently fighting.
The group that lost that member did not come back with any foodstuffs. They just... No, one of their member had some kind of scientific container, but the rest of them just came up bearing a load of stone.
So they came up from the stable and went outside.
Correct. There were 7 on their team when they exited from the stable. Only 6 returned later that day.
Huh. Okay.
Chifundo's going to hold up a hoof, step outside, and start meditating to reach out to any nature spirits that are nearby and willing to listen to him.
Chifundo will be meditating for a while.
Well, point me in the direction they went, because if one of them was carrying something scientific, that could be the first clue we need.
Did they?
Chifundo, as you sit down to try and meditate, do you just naturally give off light, or is that only when you're trying hard?
I think at the moment we've pretty much hit the point of Chifundo's doing shamanism stuff, he's glowing.
Okay. As Valor is attempting to point Nyota in the correct direction, he would tap you on the shoulder and essentially shake you out of the start of your meditative trance. Valor recommends heading with Nyota. You will get better reception on whatever striped thing it is you're doing.
I mean, I'd already stepped outside. That's
No, I mean he points in the direction of the woods.
we'll nod and thank him and wander in that direction.
And before I start following Chifundo, I turn back to Mythic and Valor. Valor, don't start digging those graves anytime soon. Mythic, still think the best option is to break whatever's inside out of that chunk of obsidian, but that's up to you. Also, I think you're probably the only person that could keep Valor here if he didn't want to be here.
Okay, so keep an eye on your griffin friend and consider breaking the sword. Got it.
I mean, up to you what you want to do with it, but it'd probably be a lot lighter if it didn't have all that stone, stone.
I mean, obsidian is literally both. So
yeah, but
volcanic glass.
But that's literally no, like wait, stone glass, stone glowing.
That's what Mythic's going to answer back with: volcanic glass.
Valor cannot help but laugh as you actually say the word "glone" aloud.
No. Stas.
Nyota. Valor swore an oath the next time he saw you, he would remove your cocky head from your deliciously muscular shoulders. But upon hearing you utter the word, whatever word you just uttered, Valor is... It's a good thing that your head is still attached. And he just whistles and heads off in the opposite direction like he asked you to buy milk from the store.
You know, if you two need a moment, I mean, I guess I can go off with pineapple somewhere, you know.
I mean, don't really need a moment, though I am curious if this is just jealous lover syndrome. Anywho, I'm gonna go follow Chifundo.
He just kind of shakes his head and just makes his way back into the room, or makes his way back into the keep with Mythic.
We're off to find the MacGuffin.
Well, you are.
Well, I mean, I figure Chifundo's probably going to follow Nyota at least into the edges of the forest to get better spiritual reception. There are no 5G
Yes.
towers out here anymore.
It would also probably be best if they stick together.
Jeez, spirit powers.
Jesus.
Chifundo, have you used spiritual unlocking to jailbreak your flank?
I mean, given that we're dealing with a blue ghoul and everything that kicked off around 5G when it was first, yeah.
Shaman Shack.
We're so far out in the boonies, there's not even a shaman shack out here. Oh no! Wait, sorry. That would be the opposite, wouldn't it? We're so deep in the city, and there's not even a shaman shack here.
God, man, it's like Blockbuster. We're so deep in the sticks, I just saw a Blockbuster that was still open for business.
There's only one mode, and it's in Oregon, and if you see that, you are officially deepest in sticks.
No, there's one up in Alaska. It's the last official Blockbuster.
Yeah. It's in Alaska.
I wish there was one in Oregon. I want to go drive to it.
I mean,
the last official Blockbuster store is currently open in Bend, Oregon.
Yep.
Then the one up in Alaska is franchise.
The one up in Alaska closed. It did not survive COVID.
No! Sorry.
And instead of a shaman shack, you know, this city probably had a true spirit. It's the discount shaman shack.
There's some witty joke I could make here, and it's not coming to me.
What? Trust Ace True Spirit.
I was going to say, yeah, it's a shame there's no Blessed Bys out here.
You're all terrible people. I love coming to this game.
But yeah, so terrible memery notwithstanding, the two zebras head for the woods, and the two saber aficionados are left alone, and Pineapple, who is at this point in time cowering behind the suit of armor that's twice his size. But the two saber aficionados and the twink are left inside the keep. Mythic, what are you doing? Are you going to keep an eye on the radio, or are you going to continue to fret over the obsidian sword?
Yes, and perhaps strike up a conversation with Valor and see what else he might know about this blade before deciding to either break open this priceless artifact or decide, you know what, it's not worth it. Of course, we all know what the real answer is. You know, is there an option 3? Just holding on to the obsidian sword until I can find someone to just smash over the head with it?
Yes, you could hold on to it. So, you ask Valor what he knows about the sword, and there's this deep sigh as he moves over to the wood stove to put on a kettle to make some tea. And he looks to you, and he looks to Pineapple, and he nods without saying anything and adds a little bit more water. And before making sure it's settled nice on the wood stove and turning around to look at the two of you. Actually, hold on. I need to grab a sheet real quick.
Oh god, he has a sheet.
That just means he can be killed.
Yeah, of course he has a sheet. You had to be able to kill him. That would have been an unfair fight.
Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Totally had stats. Totally was a descripted battle. Don't you just love it when an RPG throws you a scripted fight and you end up using 90% of your resources before realizing it's a scripted fight? You're not supposed to win. You're also not supposed to lose.
I remember actually breaking 2 RPGs because I lost the fight and reset and went and power leveled to the point where I actually beat the fight and the game broke.
Which ones
Wait,
are those?
you did what?
So there was an RPG that I was playing, I think it was Breath of Fire 3 actually, where one of the encounters is a boss fight you're supposed to lose. Well, I got frustrated because I didn't want to lose the fight because, we're the good guys. We always win. So I went back and I power leveled to the point where I actually beat the fight because it's scripted to just throw you into the next section after that. I beat it, and it broke the game entirely.
I want to point out that Chrono Trigger has 8 instances of you being able to beat up Lavos' outer form, and 7 of the 8 you're supposed to lose. But if you actually beat it, you get a different ending.
Yeah,
That's
in fact,
amazing.
that was one of the secret endings. If you beat the game, go back, you can literally just fight it right off the bat. And if you win, you get taken to the super secret special ending, in which you just talk with all the developers. God damn, I need to go back and play that game now. I never did finish it.
I streamed it 3 years ago.
I just recently found my old PSP copy of Breath of Fire 3, which was only ever released in the UK, and I had it imported.
I've never actually played Chrono Trigger.
Dude, come on, that's like the JRPG.
Look, I don't even like JRPGs, and I've played that one.
If it restores if it restores my nerd cred a little bit, I have the Legend of Dragoon on physical discs.
But also, Chrono Trigger was back in the day when about the only place you could get JRPGs was on consoles.
Yeah.
Hello, PC only player here.
Okay, that's fair, but there are emulators now.
Yes, there are.
Now?
2, I know what I'm doing with Moon for a marathon stream the next time I get the opportunity. I'm just going to sit off to the side and make commentary and let him play Chrono Trigger.
I mean, I'm down.
Insert the John Cena, are you sure about that meme here.
Yes.
We'll make that a 24-hour stream if we have
I
to.
want to see Moon break down and cry.
Literally just show me any of the ASPCA commercials where they just have In the Arms of an Angel going. I'll get misty-eyed. I just see sad images of dogs.
No, I don't want him to be crying out for sad images of dogs. I want him to scream a person's name and go, no, that's not fair!
You want to see genuine anguish, not just knee-jerk soul punch.
I want to see him feel like I did when Morden died in Mass Effect.
I want to see y'all play Persona 4.
I need to play a Persona game.
Moon. It's the scene from Babylon 5 where Jakar finally dies.
Babylon 5 is on my list of shows to watch.
You should. It's a good show.
Look, I grew up with the most amount of sci-fi in the home was Star Wars. Neither of my folks liked Trek. Neither of my folks watched Trek, so that was a flying dead body. So neither of my folks, so it was just never on. There would have been a higher likelihood of me watching the X-Files than me watching Star Trek.
Babylon 5 was
like and you like doubly and triply so for Babylon 5.
Okay, I took us way off topic. Anyway.
I believe we have a plan to hatch out.
Right, yeah, okay. So the two zebras head off into the woods, and Valor's left alone with Mythic and...
Two swords, one twink.
Valor...
There's a ship.
Oh, dear God.
2 swords, 1 lance.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask that, for Brett Moon. That's a flying dead body. What?
Oh, sorry. Vuddle's watching Zeta on the TV, and I just look up and see a flying dead body. Gundam Zeta.
Okay.
Okay.
Meanwhile.
So, yeah, sorry, I just needed to write something down before it slipped my mind again. Valor kind of leans himself up against the thing and clears his throat before speaking. A long time back, before I had signed up for this project, back before I had any of these responsibilities or these duties or the like, back when I was just Valorius, there was a swords buck that I had trained with. He came from a line of smiths. His name was Dulled Edge. As time would go, we ended up in a similar project together. Ended up in the similar course. He ended up being a few volunteers before me, but when things were all said and done, we both ended up as members of the Gatekeeper program. The last time I ever saw a Dulled would have been over 100 years ago at this point. The last time I ever saw a Dulled, he held a weapon aloft in his magic and gave me that confident smile that I had known for multiple decades at that point. Valor, he said. Valor, I'm going to go make a difference, or I'm going to die trying. With a pair of saddlebags on his rump beat, headed off into the waste. I've been here ever since. But I'd heard tales about an undying swordsbuck who, while seen at multiple skirmishes throughout the history of the Waste, eventually retired to a sleepy corner of the world and tried to do something good. Something unambiguously good. I have no idea what it is, though, or what it would have been. That is all I can tell you about that young mythic.
Well, from the glimpses I had from the sword, I would suggest his life was quite exciting. I have to wonder what he was doing. Have to wonder where exactly he settled down and what he was doing. That sounds like quite the story. So what do you like me?
What?
I said somebody I would have liked to meet.
Valor would definitely like to see this pony again. If you ever come across him in your travels, direct him to this corner of Equestria.
Definitely.
And let that grizzled old bastard know that he still owes me a game of chess.
I feel like I owe you a game of chess. It seems that arcane pony was quite sad playing a chess game against you.
There is a look of joyous glint in his eyes. Dost thou wish to face thee in a game of chess?
Is the radio still on?
The sheer energy of the Nightwing Griffin causes a flash connection to appear over the line, and so Arcane, you just in the midst of Sunrise taking sporadic buckshot and Medicinal deciding I'm going to cut the door in half with bullets. You just hear Valor excitedly mention something about a game of chess before the line goes dark again.
I did not specifically say I was opening fire, only asking.
I'm sorry. While Hayes is sitting there contemplating the structural integrity of the door and how many bullets it would take to cut it in half.
Go so.
My mistake.
Arcane sits up and his ear flicks and goes, I want to play it. I want to play the chess game. I was like, hang on, I could do it in the voice. And I'm like, no, I can't. I can't do it in his voice saying I want to play the chess game.
Anyway, as the three of you are sitting in here, the information filled in as best you can from Valor and from whatnot and what have you. The trio of you are left with a decision. Do you do something about whatever is going on with that pony, or do you continue through?
I, as a player, keep looking at that armory and going, there might be a useful tool in there.
Then go look!
You're fine. Well, first Arcane will check and make sure that that Sunrise and Hayes are both watching the door, because not having anyone watch the door might be a bad idea. Also, making sure you have a clear line of escape is a good idea.
There, I am putting a mental note. I am putting a note down that the armory has been unsearched.
Okay. Actually, did the stable computer, the one on the bottom left with the triple monitors detailing the stuff about the stable, did it mention anything about magic suppression? Or like anything like that? Because I know Chifundo mentioned something about wards. I know that's a bit of a rewind there. I just happened to think about it.
Roll luck.
Oh boy.
You're a luck 9 build?
No. Hey, Moon.
Yes.
The very computer that drove me to that sanity line is the thing that let me pass the check.
That's amazing.
Holy shit!
Full circle. He knew what he was doing. He outsmarted your outsmarting with his outsmarting.
I mean, Moon, if it makes you feel any better, he has charisma of nothing, and he probably is the lowest endurance of the party.
No, that's fine, and I know all of that, but the simple fact that the insanity pushed him into sanity is just a thing of beauty.
Well, I mean, his charisma is a 4. All of his specials, aside from luck, are suffering a -1.
But that luck bonus.
Yeah, that's the primary point of it balancing out, because I get to you trade out all of your skills, all of your special, and put everything into knowing academics and lore, arcane magic, and shamanism. And then also putting points into your luck.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm DMing you back over that question.
No, you're fine. Okay, so you passed luck on the turn. Hayes, before you dip away, give me another minute or so, and I will let you flee. Yes, Arcane, there's a bit of staticky patch that you can see that, at least to you and your slightly crazy eyes, reads as ward integrity 97%.
Is there any big button or any
No.
lines of code? Oh, darn it. Okay, so I can't manage the wards.
No. There does not appear to be any kind of ward management from this area. But
does it specify shamanistic or magic?
Nope, it just says ward.
Oh, frick. Okay, this is fine. Actually, no, he will be sitting there in character muttering to himself, this is fine, there isn't the escape plan.
Alright, so you're mumbling crazy nonsense. There's a ghoul just throwing wet hams against the door. Sunrise, Hayes, are you going to just... Are either of you going to attempt to shoot through the thing, or...
I mean, I was going to see if we could open the door, partially, and then blast it apart from underneath the door.
I mean, given that we don't know if blasting this thing is going to kick up a cloud of spores.
That's true.
At the moment, as much as I want to just shoot it down, I think the smart play would be to search the armory, see if there's gas masks for Arcane and I, and then see what is blocking progression.
I begin reloading my shotgun with Dragon's Breath.
Okay. Alright, so if the two of you head past and even just head in the general direction of the blockage, it becomes abundantly apparent that it is the wreckage of some kind of gate or door mixed in with just a little bit of ceiling damage.
Okay.
But it can be moved easily with either a bit of magic or horsepower, but it almost appears as if it was part of an airlock system. Or, well, a larger airlock system. But, yes, that can be passed. It just requires a little bit of time or magic to move the stuff away.
Okay.
On the other side, there is light, but there aren't a whole lot of holes to look out through. So, at the end, you're able to see a sign that says elevator. And if the two of you are heading over to the armory, I just need a single perception check from the both of you. Or whoever is searching, I suppose.
Sunrise will move back here, covering from behind them in case something comes out. With the shotgun loaded with Dragon's Breath rounds.
Alright, Hayes, inside of this armory, well, there are a handful of weapons, armaments, and some assorted ammo. The main things that you see in here are several suits of stable security barding. Several, although you can tell one is missing, 6 suits of radiation gear. I don't remember the exact wording, but it's the anti-rad suits. And
boy.
Did he say anti-rad suit?
Anti-rad suit.
Yeah, I think it was 6 anti-rad suits. I might have misheard it though.
He also cut off mid-sentence. I'm not sure he's still here.
Yeah, I'm here. It's 6 of the incredibly yellow stage 4 biohazard containment suits.
Oh, hot dang.
The suits that aren't armor but make it so that you could roll around in hot water and be fine.
Hayes immediately starts putting one of those on.
Okay, you're just putting it on over top of your gear?
Correct.
Okay, what armor are you wearing?
MOP. Combat armor.
Okay, it will actually go over that without too much effort. You will only have the DT of... So DT will get weird because you're putting it on over top of it, but it's ultimately... You're going to have 2 DT totals. If it goes through the first one, it will be stopped against your armor, but if it goes through the first one, depending on what it is, it's if it gets compromised enough, it will the suit will lose its environmentally sealed quality.
Arcane, get your butt in here.
But there are 10 gas masks that you can see.
Arcane, go in the other room and put on the biohazard suit.
Arcane will look over.
Squeaky.
Hey, Moon, can I do something real quick?
What are you trying to do?
Can I attempt to cast a light? Because I believe that is the lowest ring cost spell I have. I'm testing to see if the wards work.
Yes, you may attempt.
Okay, give me a moment. Because I need to double check. Okay, that is... Hang on, I need to make sure I'm not accidentally doubling up on things.
I am going to have you roll arcane magic, just because your mind is in a current state of fuck.
I mean, I'm not going to complain about that, considering... Rolling it. This is about to get fun.
Okay. So you lift your leg up, as you do, not really thinking or bothering to parse through thoughts or muscle memory. Give me a willpower check, please.
Flat roll?
Flat roll. If you have any, penalties or bonuses, apply them, but...
I don't have any penalties or bonuses.
Yep,
oh, this is going to be fun. Hey, Moon.
Uh-huh.
The computer giveth, the computer taketh.
Okay.
I went from a 6 to a 5 because of insanity.
Okay. That is a point of mundane, as there is a momentary thought in the back of your mind, as the light spell does activate, but there's a momentary thought in your mind, both as the light spell is extremely bright, and as you, an earth pony, cast this magical spell, your mind just screams out, "Oh my god, I'm a unicorn!" Wait a minute.
Oh, wait, does he actually have that pause and a wait a minute moment?
Yes, your brain legitimately thinks it's a unicorn for a moment, in spite of the fact that you just turn on basically a magical wristwatch.
He blinks a few times. He confirmed his hypothesis, though. Magic is not suppressed. However, he thinks he's a unicorn for a second before it pauses and he mutters to himself, "Wait a minute. I made this." Before he will stow the EPAM back away. And he will stand back up and make his way over to the armory as requested.
Alright, that said, Arcane, There is a non-insignificant part of your brain that's utterly convinced you're a unicorn now.
Kane, are you okay?
Arcane will pause and take off his hat and attempt to look at his forehead as he walks by.
Arcane, please make me a perception check.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Minus.
Nat 10, nat 10, nat 10, nat 10.
Still a 9 compared to a 3.
Okay, so you take off your hat to look at your head?
Mm-hmm.
All right, as you take off your hat, the way that your hair has fallen and parted in such a way, you see, it must be there. You thought your horn would have been a little bit bigger than that, but, no, that little spot where the hair's parted weird, that's probably where the stumpy horn is.
What are you talking about? It's not stumpy, it's compact.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bullpup horn design.
So you mean it digs down into the brainstem instead of just being superficial?
You know what? Fuck you! Bullpup your Earth Pony Unicorn.
Bullpup your unicorn.
God damn it, Bullpup your Earth Pony.
You're a wizard, Arcane.
Okay then.
But yes, the three of you have the three of you have some form of environmentally sealed suit.
Okay.
The air filters on both of them work. They whir to life with just the flick of a switch. Okay. Both of the suits are at 97% condition. They're very well worn, but they were also very well taken care of. The hazmat or the gas masks are all at 100%. The filters are all brand new. Hayes, you rolled. Yeah, okay. Hayes, you would have also seen that there are, a couple of spots to replenish the filter masks. But otherwise, this is a fairly stock standard armory. No real different than the setup at 10 Pony. No real different. Arcane, some setups that you've seen before.
Is there anything of note on the walls or anything? Or was it more of a storage for the gas masks and the hazmat suits?
There is actually a small poster on the wall.
Oh. Don't say it, don't say it. Please don't ask for it.
It is a stylized wartime propaganda poster with an Uncle Sam stylized Earth Pony pointing at, the viewer of the poster with a caption underneath it that states, "Only you can help stop the zebra menace."
And I assume what few weapons are there? Just 10 mil?
Some 10, it's mostly all 10 mil, the pistols and the higher caliber rounds. There's a couple shotguns with beanbag rounds, but they're all pump action. There's an area where the shotgun shells are. They do have some slug, but you actually notice what appears to be a box simply labeled Stick and Shock.
Bots.
Okay. Yeah.
What's in the box?
What's in the box label? Which box?
The Stick and Shock.
Oh,
Shotgun shells.
I know exactly what those are from.
Are you going to mention this to the two people, to the person who has a shotgun? I don't know if someone else does.
Oh no! Hayes just grabs the box and carries it out and hands it to Sunrise. You should be in.
Are these non-lethal taser rounds?
That's what I'm thinking.
Puts one in, points it at the wall, and decides to test it.
Okay, there are now 22 rounds in that box.
Okay.
Hey Moon, can I ask a question? What gauge shotgun shells are those?
12.
Ah, screw you.
There are 12 gauge shotguns on the wall.
Okay, so they're pumping. Okay, I'm actually,
Yeah, there's 12 gauge shotguns on the wall and 12 gauge shotgun shells. There's 10 millimeter ammunition and weapon systems that use 10 millimeter. And all right, Sunrise, you fire it at the wall. Just roll a D100.
Giggity!
God damn it! All right.
Nice.
All right, so you distinctly feel like you shot the wall in its nipple. You fired the stick and shock round at the wall, and the slug impacts solidly into the wall. There's a small crack around the tile where it, very clearly embedded itself. And then the thing just dissipates a very small, very fast and rapid charge across the... on the wall, you can't really, tell the exact amplitude of the thing, but it just dissipates out in a small wave of electricity.
Yeah, something besides beanbag rounds.
Oh boy, another thing for your shotgun to randomly switch to.
Yeah, I gotta add. Shit. Alright, I'm gonna have to irritate some people.
You're gonna be rolling a D9?
We rolling a D11.
I love it.
It's a prime number.
I mean, look, you do know the reason. I mean, it fluctuates between 17 and 19 because both you and I apparently have fucking numeria, but you do know why those were the two numbers picked specifically for you, right?
Yeah.
Because either way, it was a prime number, and it was realized that it would get under your skin the most.
Nine's not a prime number, though. It can be divided by 3.
19 is absolutely a prime number.
Oh, I hate you.
Yeah.
That's why you picked 13 and then 17 and then 19.
No, 13 is someone else. No, 17 is very easily a prime number. 19 looks like it should be divisible, but it's not. And good night, Hetty.
I hate you so much.
Alright. Good, Hetty.
But yeah, I mean, the lot of you have all
Good night,
sealed.
Hetty.
And so, unless you are, I mean, you can, if you want to take the week to formulate a plan of action, now is probably the best place to stop. Especially considering Chifundo just fell, and I have, Varna, thank you, and I've kept Hayes for like an extra 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last chance to get in to pay Moonhoof for the wonderful time we've had tonight. In the meantime, the Red Kings XYZ, welcome to the Army of Fiora. Also, Ace Man, welcome to the Army of Fiora. Hi. Hi, you two. Hope you enjoy your stay. I will be streaming Total War Warhammer tomorrow with the new patch to see how it is, particularly since it's the first time they've touched dwarves since 2018. Lenzabi and Sketchy, thank you guys for the tips. Pony Chick, Zavin, Frazier, thank you guys for the hosts. Carl, one of the 4 people who has tier 2 subs. I feel like I have to highlight this every time one of them comes up. Because you either have tier 3 or tier 1, and there's like this small number of people who are like, no, I just want the middle. You can have the medal. It's fine. Adagio, you are 2 months from 3 years. I don't even think I have a 3-year badge. I need to get one of those now, apparently. Sketchy, 16 months. Hi. You've been here a while. Thank you. And Sketchy, Polimony, and Sketchy. Thank you guys for the bits. Yeah, the bits aren't coming in as much because
Warning! Stream tip overload. All hands, prepare for exploded broken Fiora in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Detonation imminent.
Shit. Fucking Sketchy.
Rip.
Sketchy just gets character assassinated. Alright, what's the next poster? Oh, look.
Oh no, it's just that do some help, everybody.
It's the first thing I ever had printed.
Oh, what is it?
The stream tip grenade has
Apparently
been
Sketchy says
armed.
no, you don't.
5 seconds until detonation.
Are you guys starting a tip war at the end of the stream?
Just let him go ahead, Fee.
You know what?
Hey, Moon. No, it's fine.
You have had that fucking picture of that horse for so long.
4 years.
Jesus.
The last Nightmare Nights was in 2017. I had the picture commissioned just after that.
Hey!
Was that when that was? Oh, yeah! Because, okay. Right.
Yes,
that
you and I
picture
sat down, started discussing about making the game. I went ahead and commissioned the artwork with Glacier because you recommended him.
Right, yeah, because you had decided to be a unicorn originally and then switched over. Man, you should have kept your unicorn.
Hey, Fee.
Yes?
You have to understand, it's an interesting manipulation maneuver.
What? Starting a stream tip war at the end of the stream when I'm trying to go to bed?
Would you? Well, look what I did. No, look what I did. When I did what I did, it was only 350. Not quite to go, but now you're at gold.
That's true.
Or as they say in South America, gold!
After I pay Moonhoof and minus the loan I had to take out from PayPal, I will now have recovered the money from going to the hospital and the pharmacy.
Yay, hospital.
There you go.
I mean, boo hospital, but yay, hospital.
Oh, yeah.
I mean...
I know Sketchy likes to have that helmet. I know.
Look, if I hadn't gone to the hospital, I would actually not be here tonight because I'd be in too much physical pain, because once you get an ear infection like that where your immune system is attacking the skin inside your ear, that's just going to be raw, unmitigated, God, why help me.
Yeah, I spent most of 2019 with just back-to-back ear infections. I couldn't put headphones on. No, I'm glad that you were not in that position because it was horrible.
The most common health issue. By the way, we're gonna put up Judy Hopps now for Linzabi. And I mean, for Sketchy, you get the sergeant helmet. I mean, I'm finally gonna get more stickers for this thing. I'm finally gonna get more stickers for this thing. So we're gonna go to a convention next month.
Also,
really needs more helmets.
Which picture is the one you've had for a while? The stream's on 1080p and it is not loading at all for me.
It's a Judy Hopps. It was actually given to me by AC Race Fest.
Nice. It's Officer Hops.
Yes.
Also, by the way, also Moon, I might need a list of what's in that armory, just as a heads up.
Anyway, let me get this put up, and we will raid some poor soul tonight who deserves some love, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I have already started the Total War game, so we won't be starting from scratch. But there are many characters whose current names are forename, surname, and that's what it says. So you guys will get the opportunity to, be those characters and hopefully not die horribly. By the way, I haven't played a dwarf campaign of Total War since the first one came out, and that was in 2016.
Oh, geez, okay, that's what I'm dealing with.
There you go.
See you guys tonight. My room is starting to look more decorated. Okay. Let's go find some poor soul to make it their night. That feels special. Eeny, meeny, miny. Ooh, it's Mook Chart. We don't write it down the plow.
They want to know. They want to know what the hashtag shall be.
Sure
Also, oh, sorry. I'll ask after the stream finishes.
Bless by.
Bless by. The fuck does that even mean?
That was when we were
Shaman
going
Shack.
back and forth and trying to come up with bad shaman store names.
Hashtag Shaman Shack.
Shaman Shack was great.
It's all right, Fraser. That's all right.
There you go. There's the hashtag. Blessed by Shaman Shack. Good night, everyone.
Nighty night, folks.
Night, everyone.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
I will say this: my hair does not like chlorine.